Guess it's been a while since I fell in love, but after last time, don't wanna mess things up. You're so beautiful, and I can't deny. My heart is always with you, my head's always stuck in time. Love, let me go, cause I've been holding on for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong, now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape, can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on, I don't wanna feel the same. So love, just let me go. Guess I didn't know it would end this way. One drink too much and I could see your face. Why did I let you go? How could I let you leave? Will I ever see you? And do you think of me? Love, let me go, cause I've been holding up for far too long. I've been fighting and keeping strong, now you just gotta let me go. Time, wash away every feeling that can cause me pain. All these memories I can't escape, can you let them all wash away? Let it all wash away, cause I don't wanna feel the pain. Love, just let me go, cause I don't wanna feel the pain of holding on and keeping strong. So now I'm moving on, I don't wanna feel the same. So love, just let me go.
And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, homie regardless, And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, I'm just getting started, let's go. My skin is pale, but I'm a black sheep, riding through the city, Satan in the backseat. Hey yo, that's me, I run it like a track meet, a rap fiend, I set the bar high like an athlete. Step in the booth and Zach gon' drop that 808, cause the vibe is dope and the beat is cracking, now it's getting laced. I'm sharp as a razor blade, I can blow your mind like JFK. I do what I want, you ain't gonna box me in like David Blaine. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light.
And welcome everyone here to the grand finals of the Elemental Development League here for the 2022 Spring Split. Very excited to bring it to you live here, and it's going to be a good time. It is Coachless Tyranny versus TD Syndicate. Coachless Tyranny, of course, going undefeated as well in the regular season. So very, very excited to see this. My name is Orbital. On the other side is Sultan. Sultan, how you doing today?
I'm doing really good. I'm hyped up about this final. It's a really hyped up Coachless Tyranny team coming up in the grand finals against TD Syndicate, who is kind of trying to work their way back to a championship.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a long road, and with teams, consistently coming up and consistently trying to outdo the others, it's no surprise that there are other squads vying for that chance. But of course, taking a look here, this is a best of 5 series. Very, very interested to see how this is going in because, of course, Coachless Tyranny, unfortunately, coachless but not lossless, I guess is the best way to put it. The question, of course, comes down to the fact that they had an undefeated season and had a fairly, I want to say, comfortable time through the playoffs. So taking a look here, I mean, what are we looking at? What are the scales being tipped in either direction?
Well, Coachless Tyranny, obviously, like undefeated season, they're probably just like the favorites to win it all, and they already beat TDS in the winners finals, the upper bracket finals. So they're coming in knowing that they're able to do this. So I don't think they're gonna have much problem with like just being themselves. On the other side, TD, they did lose their game against Coachless Tyranny 3-1. So they had some time to at least like get ready, maybe come up with some things that that can break through the Coachless Tyranny's like strong play, at least, especially with from what I heard, their comms are really impressive. So we're gonna see if TD was able to prepare something during their lower bracket run against Coachless Tyranny.
Of course, and that usually comes with the fact that you get a little bit more time to experiment. And remember, everyone, we are on to patch 12.9. This is going to be a little bit of a change up than many are expecting because this is also the patch that we had a secondary round of buffs and nerfs to a lot of champions. This is also the time where we get to see players really step up on some of those new champions that we possibly seen, and the rise of some other champions as well due to indirect buffs. You can go ahead, see that Wukong coming out as Coachless Tyranny had banned out the Mordekaiser, Blitzcrank, and the Trundle. And then on the flip side, TD Syndicate going ahead and locking in that Zeri as the Corki, the Ezreal, and the Gnar were all banned away.
Yeah, and we see the Wukong picked up. It's probably one of the most volatile junglers right now. The engage potential is really good. Previously, Wukong just kind of lacked the jungle clear, but it got buffed, and he's a great teamfight tool, So it's always going to be something to look at. But we see Agent C6 opting for the Zeri. We saw him play this pick. He actually pulled it off, if I'm not wrong, against in their series against Coachless Tyranny, and he was doing fine. They did drop that game, but we know that he can play this pick, and they also take away the Tahm Kench, which is a pick that Downfall really likes to take.
Of course, and that is what they're kind of looking at here, is trying to match that powerhouse. And another thing that really likes to pop in with the Tristana is, of course, going to be that Alistar. Very nice all-in potential from Coachless Tyranny so far, really doubling down on the fact that even if you are able to devour your teammate and keep your teammate safe with that Tahm Kench, you still got to deal with that wombo combos. So Coachless Tyranny saying, we're going to put you to the test here. TD Syndicate going ahead and taking a look here and deciding what they want to work on here. The bot lane has already been ramped up. That Wukong could be top or jungle, as you were saying, it is usually in that jungle role. So it is going to be the Amumu to help counter both teams going for that all-in fight. It looks like we're going to have some pretty epic team fights later.
Yeah, and let's start with the Tristana pick. I really like it. Zeri was previously nerfed for her early game. She scales much better, especially with a crit build. But Tristana, obviously the level 3, as soon as you hit, you just jump in, and the burst potential is just there. You can just make sure that Zeri doesn't get to his power spikes. And the response from TD Syndicate is Amumu. We saw a Super Square pull this pick off before. He had actually a perfect KDA in his game. And they're just trying to like just get picks that they're comfortable with for now, like TD Syndicate. And Tyranny, they're more going towards what is a little stronger in the meta, and also like just better answers overall in the draft. Okay.
With that lovely, sorry about that, I was checking something. We are taking a look though, that was a hard ban into the mid lane with that Victor and the Ahri as well as the Orianna on the flip side. So it is going to be that Vigard coming in. Going to be a nice little trade-off, going to be a lot of CC to be working with. So a lot of changes coming in here. TD Syndicate going for a little bit more on the defensive edge. What will Coachless Tyranny come in with? Because you do have that Tristana plus the Wukong. You want something else to back up with that damage. And also to match that mid lane powerhouse in the mid to late. Silas gonna be hovered and locked in. I like it. I do like it.
Yeah. Silas is pretty good. Thinking that there's a Mumu ult, there's Veigar ult, and even if you want, you can just pick up the Tahm Kench and kind of be like a helpful tool to your teammates later on in the game. There's like these ults are fine for Silas to pick up. I don't know about the laning. I would assume melee into range, especially with the baby cage that Veigar has, it would probably be hard for Silas to do a lot, but okay. So there's like a few options here. It can be Wukong top, Talon jungle, event Silas mid, or we can see an iteration of like Silas top, Wukong jungle, and Talon mid. So it's gonna be interesting. They have a lot of flex picks on right now.
Quite a few different options, but of course the Renata Glass coming in at the bottom means that Tahm Kench will be headed to the top side. So whatever they decide to put up there, I think is going to be quite challenging, right? That's going to be the question here. The Silas, as you were saying, could be flexed into that top side. Same with the Wukong. Same could be said for a lot of these champions, but Coachless Tyranny still sticking with that all in, which I really do appreciate. TD Syndicate, though, taking a look here, it's a little bit of that bit of everything for the team fight, right? These are two teams that do want to kind of want to fight front to back, especially for TD Syndicate. How do you think they stack up? Is there a specific lane that you're very interested in taking a look at here?
I just wonder what like kind of like where Coachless Tyranny will send these champions. But other than that, I kind of like what TD Syndicate did. Coachless Tyranny's side really wants to just like run into the enemy team, get these resets, get these like kills, and then just like wreak havoc in a team fight. But on the other hand, it's really hard to do that when there's a Tahm Kench that can just eat the Zeri. You have Renata. You really don't want to run into that champion. Just one ultimate can just turn the team fight on, and there's still the Amumu ult, the Veigar cage, and Zeri will be really mobile, and like it's going to be really hard to get your hands on. So TD Syndicate, they have kind of a scaling comp. If they don't really make a lot of mistakes in the early game, I would favor them to win the game later on. But Coachless Tyranny has the tools to get these leads early on, especially in the bot lane. I will be looking forward to this Tristana Zeri matchup, especially since Renata is a fairly squishy champion as well. If Alistar can get a decent engage on, that Zeri will not have fun time in the bot lane.
Yeah, won't be very enjoyable to say the least, right? That is going to be a very painful one to watch for. So bot lane is one that we want to take a look at and really keep eyes on, as this might be the catalyst for a win or die situation. Of course, if we're taking a look into the top side, right, which is pretty much solidified for TD Syndicate with the Tahm Kench. For Coachless Tyranny, there are so many that you can flex in between. Sultan, is there a specific lane matchup that you would prefer out of the two that we know should be going up there, but the potential three, considering the triple flex that Tyranny has set up?
Well, I just like Silas might not be that bad, but I just personally think Tahm Kench is really safe. It's really hard to punish the champion. What Tahm Kench lacks is the wave push, so you can kind of just play around that, push your waves, and try to help your teammates rather than just trying to like bully Tahm Kench. It's really hard. The gray health, the legs, and just like the health regen from them, it's just going to be really hard to deal with in the side lane if you want to like just isolate yourself against him. But if let's say Silas goes top and like just pushes the wave and then roams with Wukong, then they might be able to get some picks, maybe like get a few kills on this Veigar in the bot lane, not mid lane, and that would be what I would look if I was Coachless Tyranny, since Wukong, in the end, when you finish Divine Thunder, you're gonna have fairly easy time against these tanks. So just trying to push your waves and like roaming around to push your lead would be really crucial for Coachless Tyranny, especially in the early game.
Of course, and so with that information, those that are tuning in at home, go ahead, take a short break as we will, as well as the teams are getting ready to load onto the Rift. Get ready for them to duke it out here in Game 1 to see who will go up 1-0 in this best of 5. Remember, a team has to win 3 to be able to take the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more EDL in just a bit.
Smoking on that gasolina, and when a Filipina tells me Malakita, I put 2 and 2 together like a ballerina. This music is more than a paycheck, no money in the bank 'cause I make sense. I put in work till I'm brain dead. I spit a fast soul like a break next, and the crowd goes wild. AM, mayhem. We get it poppin', homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Wait for you. Wait for you. Wait for you. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do.
And we are back, ready to go for this amazing game and this amazing series as well. As we're underway, we can take a look and see what the champions are going. Downfall is going to be taking the Wukong to the top side, and Rocky with that Talon is going to be trying to rock out there a little bit. It is the Ignite Smite Talon that has been kind of rocking the solo queue ladders every so often now recently. In the mid lane, of course, will be that Silas once this early dance is over. Of course, as Rocky is just saying, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going.
Yeah, and I think the summoner spell's kind of just like say how they want to play this game. You look over to TD, they're running the TPs, the heal exhaust in the bot lane, trying to stay fairly safe. And on the other side, jungle has ignite, med, and support. We have ignites in almost 3 lanes. So I think Coachless will just like try to push their lead as early as they can and look for these solo kills with these ignites, possibly. And other than that, everything seems fairly normal. Normal rune choices. Other than maybe Veigar, we've been seeing a lot of Predator out of mid lane Veigars, just to try and like use the roaming potential, especially with the cage. It's really oppressive, especially within a Mumu. But I guess they just want to stay safe, outdo a lot of plays, especially early on. So I respect that.
That's what they're going to try and do their best of. So, of course, the just outright damage is what Lemon Sap is going to hope for. But already you can see a heavy trade in the mid lane as Chung is trying to sweep away. And honestly, this Silas is, I think, a very, very nice counter matchup here. It's a solid pickup one to have because you can do stuff like this. It is very frustrating to play against, at least. So, going to be challenging to say the least. Options are up as level 2 is hit for the mid lane. And that is how that's going to roll out. CLT open to continue their advances and continue their streak of winning into the grand finals.
Yeah, and we see both junglers kind of pathing towards the top side. Downfall has the push. He should be able to maybe get a ward. I think he uses ward on the red buff, so they're just gonna catch a Mumu instead, and he's going to stay at least fairly safe, knowing that he needs to kind of back off the wave and has that pressure of a Mumu ganking possibly. But he has his own jungler around, so if I was Coachless, I would just like try to force a fight, especially before the level 6 comes out, so that they can push this Talon as a snowball carry for their team. And it would be really hard if this Talon gets ahead. The Veigar, the Renata, and especially the Zeri, it's going to be really hard for them to be able to play the game when there's a Talon jumping over walls and just one-shotting them.
That is where they're going to be watching for. And Rocky, you can go ahead and see, is trying to take out this Very, very slow scuttle here, but Super Square is hoping to take a fight in the top side, so both junglers were rotating over and are going to somewhat meet. Pseudo meet is the best way to put it, but Rocky is actually going to be the first one to pull a gank off. Going to be the slow, going to be an attack, but because they have no knockups, Late is very happy, just kind of walking away with the damage chip.
Yeah, and like these small trades doesn't even matter for him too much. He's just gonna regen it back with the gray health, and as you said, since they don't really have any CC, they're not gonna be able to interrupt the dive from Tom Kench, and that's why he's probably like one of the safest tanks that you can get in the side lane. Like he just does a lot of damage. He has the sustain. He's tanky, and if he gets enough resources, eventually he's gonna be able to 2v1, and we see a fight.
We do, and that's going to be very low, and that's going to be the kill. A little bit of advantage. Tosh takes that one home. However, Super Square is now in a little bit of a rough spot. Rocky will go ahead and collect that fight back, but Late almost catching Rocky's life, and that was a jump in. So both junglers going to go ahead, pick up a kill, but First Blood goes away as Super Square.
Yeah, and that's just like that is really good for TD. Just taking away the First Blood extra gold away from Coachless Tyranny. Talon did pick up a kill, but they didn't burn any summoners. Downfall did burn his TP. Rocky did burn the ignite, so they have that advantage for themselves if they can look for one more play maybe in the next 3 minutes. But I would be really happy if I was just like this Tom Kench in the side lane, just making sure this Wukong doesn't beat you. It's just from the early go.
That's what you don't want to have happen. And of course, we are seeing that kind of dance out here as another gank on the bot side means Super Square is starting to get a little bit more pressure in those side lanes, really exerting their own. And to me, that's quite surprising considering you're up against a Talon, a champion that is well known as being an aggressor and constantly kind of in your face there. So it's nice to see the Amumu not falling behind at all here. Of course, we did see the teleport coming back into the mid lane. Lemon Sap going ahead, coming back in decent standing, and that is very important as you were poked out earlier on. Being able to match pace with that Silas is going to be oh so important. Nice knock up on the bot side, though, as we do see Albedo unfortunately getting cut off here. This is going to be a challenge. One more auto attack should do it, and it does. Agent C6 with the empowered auto is going to pick up their first kill of the game.
Yeah, that was a really late exhaust from Raining Wolves. Maybe if he used it early, he could have maybe saved the support. Maybe he could have tanked the Qs coming from the Zeri, but they're not going to be able to force much. He's going to be able to at least pick up most of the wave, and oh, that was a really risky trade from Downfall.
It is going to be risky, and now it's going to be the challenge in. Wrong side of the map, waiting for cooldowns to go in. Cyclone is up, but that's a flash away from the tunnel leak that didn't actually come out, but it doesn't matter, as the spacing does give enough time for the re-entry, and Downfall is going to take a solo kill. Well fought for the Wukong on the top side as the Dragon went down in Super Square's favor.
Yeah, and that was really needed. I think the most important part here was that Late already burned his TP, so he's going to miss almost the whole wave, and that like Downfall will just he was already going to beat Tom Kench right after he finishes the Divine Sunder, but this just like makes his way faster to his power spike, and it's just going to be really rough because with how TD drafted, they don't really want to have this Tom Kench in the side lane. They want him in the team fight covering the Zeri from the likes of Silas or Talon. So it's going to be just really hard for this Tom Kench if he just keeps giving these solo kills to Downfall.
I'll have to keep eyes and see if what he says comes true, because you are correct. If that Wukong can get out of control, it gets very, very dangerous very, very quickly. Of course, the early offset was the fact that Late was able to get a gank off, or to have a gank on their own, so that's going to help out. It's also going to help Super Square now be level 6 over Rocky, who is currently sitting at level 5, which is why they're calling in Downfall to levy the playing field. And CLT is saying, yeah, this is what we need. That's going to be a great ulti into an amazing event horizon. That's all 3 caught, but you only delay slightly. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade between the junglers, but you can start to see the power of TD Syndicate as their combination in the 2v3 yielded an even result.
Yeah, and it's just like, it was a 2v3 and they were almost able to like kill two, like just to have a 2-for-1 trade. And it just kind of just goes to show how just strong Amumu and Veigar can be when they're combined together. This CC chain just made sure Rocky was not able to move at all. He was also down a level. He didn't have access to his ultimate, which makes him fairly squishy and not really have a way to get out of the likes of Veigar. And like he's gonna need his level 6, but once he's level 6, I think those fights should turn out a little more favored for Coachless Tyranny. We see Super Square going towards the upside.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a camp here as downfall. Even as you were saying, it is the challenge of keeping that Wukong, very much down in the dumps. You can see the Cyclone being used here just to try and make some space, but the Devour from long range will easily eat them up. Good damage to reach back, but Late will take that one home. Just like that, the Syndicate reaps a reward as they are now up in the kill score, 4-3.
Yeah, and they currently have the 700 gold lead right now for themselves, and we were talking about how like Coachless Tyranny wants to kind of run the early game, but we look at the overall the map, the CS numbers are really close. Indeed, Super Square has a lead in the jungle right now, and he's been more proactive in general. Lemon Sap is just like sitting on his one kill, and he's again farming decently well into the Silas, which can be seen as a counter matchup, but it's still range versus melee early on. It shouldn't be a problem. The one that I'm interested in is the fact that Agent C6 and Rhymes has been doing really well in this Balian matchup, where I thought they would get bullied really hard, but they've been doing really good. And he like Agent C6 already has his Sheen, has a Vancouver, just getting stronger silently in the side lane.
Yep, that is something that I think, even though a lot of people think that the bullying can happen, especially with the Alistar and the Tristana, if you don't make space for it to happen, honestly, the range coming out of Renata Glass makes her such a potent threat. There's a reason why she currently sits at the top of the support tables, right? There's a reason why she is considered at that S tier level. So being just very, very frustrating, and not only that fact, but the hostile takeover being up and ready at level 7 means that Albedo cannot walk in willy-nilly, because unfortunately you can break out of that CC. The Tristana, not so much.
Yeah, and when your Tristana is hitting your Alistar too, it's not really her favorite situation to be in, especially if you're a really good Renata player. You can even possibly react to the headbutt coming from the Alistar. Oh, the solo kill.
That was something that Chongmyong was not expecting. And normally a Silas, I feel, can actually duel back, but when you let the Veigar poke out like that, it results in a solo kill.
Yeah, and this is just looking a little rough as far as the early game goes. You don't want the Veigar to get this strong in the early game, and Lemon Sap sitting on his 2 kills. And I think while the trade was happening, Chongmyong had the Amumu ultimate, so it's not really the best when you're trying to go for a 1v1, and obviously the Veigar ultimate just executing him from 200 HP is just really hard to do anything against.
Of course, it feels good to be able to pick up that kill. Now 2-0, and both aiming for that Everfrost, really saying, hey, we want to ensure that the lockdown is there, bring the CC to the table. So Lemon Sap will grab that one. Super Square, in the meantime, was able to pick up that second dragon. Now is going to unleash the Hextech Dragon. I know it says that it's another Ocean Dragon, but it is not Ocean Dragon. It was the second dragon of the game. Third dragon and Soul will be played full, will be extra attack speed and ability haste.
Yeah. Ooh, we see
Top side. Because that dragon was taken, it does mean Rocky is now putting full focus towards that top side, trying to fight it out. It means that late is cut down because of that fight. It was very important that gank went off very, very well, and Chongmyong has to flash away. That is something that you were not expecting. Again, the Silas trying to kind of expect that timer when the baby cage would go down, instead walked face first into that stun, granting another plate to Lemon Sap in Super Square.
Yeah, Super Square did burn the flash. Maybe if he was able to get it off, I think Lemon Sap's ultimate was just getting off cooldown. It would have been another kill. Unfortunately, missed the Q, the bandage toss, but they're just like sitting really comfortable right now. The gold lead isn't much, but their comp just scales much better. And the team fights, especially with the hostile takeover, the Moom ult. Oh, he W'd into it.
Oh, you jump right into it, and unfortunately that means your doom. Even under the tower, it's going to be a challenge as the headbutt brings even more. The counterattack might be able to bring back a little bit of revenge, and it looks like it has done so. You're able to at least trade one back. You feel okay with it. Agency 6, though, now on low HP, might still be chased out by Rocky. But that was a turn and a half. You lose your ADC's life, but you get a kill back. Unfortunately, it went to Albedo, not to Rocky.
Yeah, and I think Albedo played that one really well with his headbutts. We're gonna see a replay here. He just played it super well. He just tossed Super Scare back into the tower, but they were not able to grab the kill on Talon or Tristana. So overall, it's just really good. We see the big mistake coming from Raining Wolves trying to W out, but just W's in to the wholesale takeover, which just kind of ends up as being his own death. And Albedo almost dies here trying to get that last hit. Luckily, Agency 6 range was not enough, but we see Agency 6 finishing the shield bow, has the Sheen, almost has his Berserker Greaves. On the other hand, Raising Wolves just sitting on the Kraken Slayer, down 700 gold, I'm assuming, but this is a lane where you want Tristana to be ahead of the curve, and where like Tristana, you would expect it to bully out the Zeri from the early levels, but when you don't really get to do anything, especially from level 3, Zeri just becomes a really big threat.
There he does become that threat, but you can see that the CS differentials are actually going the way of Raining Wolves, so that's actually where we don't see that 700 gold discrepancy, because you can see the potions being bought by Raining Wolves, so that is something that we do want to keep track of. These consumables do make a little bit of difference depending if they do, if they're used to efficiency, I guess we'll go ahead and say. Level 11 being hit by both top laners just in time for the upcoming Dragon. Only one has teleport, though. That is in Downfall's pocket. That'll be something that we want to keep track of moving into the next fight. However, the bot side, consistent ganks from TD Syndicate means a very wary Raining Wolves and Albedo, saying we don't want any choice of that one. We're going to try and lay down as many wards as possible. Downfall on the top side, though, getting dueled out here, and unfortunately should be able to get away just fine. Late is still going to bring out a fight. Nice clone to go ahead and skirt to safety. Downfall not winning that top lane anymore.
Yeah, and we see he even finished the Divine Sunder, but Tom Kench kind of being an overtuned champion, I guess, just out-dueling the Monkey King in the top side. The healing actually coming from the Tongue Lashes from Tom Kench, I think it might even be higher than what Wukong heals from his Divine Sunder, at least currently, since he doesn't have too much HP to heal back from. And like the CS numbers, you said it was really favored in Raining Wolves' favor, but
now we're going to see that fight on the other side, though. Hostile takeover doesn't do more than slow everyone down. But in comes the Curse of Sad Mummy. That might be a little bit more, and the double kill comes through for Rocky. Rocky is going to fall, but you have secured, you and your team, a set of 3 kills. A double kill to the Amumu, but most importantly, Rocky and Chung Myung were able to pick up so many more. Now Lemon Sap caught in the wrong place. You used everything, and the chase over with the Kingslayer means you walked into the wrong side of the neighborhood. That is 4 kills to the side of CLT, and TD Syndicate unfortunately falls short.
yeah, and we see TD Syndicate's bot lane just kind of walking up too much. We're gonna see it in the replay. They were just trying to get some trades in, but Talon, especially with the Yumu's Ghostblade, he just gets there really fast. Hostile takeover comes through, but doesn't really matter. Super Square actually turns this like trade at least a little bit fine, getting 2 kills, but if you just come back into a fight.
Yep, going into the live, we are going to watch Late be a little bit late to their own death, as the late flash is going to be burned. Downfall will still pick that one up, and along with your death, you do lose that summoner's spell, and you do have teleport, which will be fine, but still very scary. Well fought by Downfall and Rocky to pick up that assist.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Late kind of using his flash really late there, just dying right after the auto attack went through, and just a waste of summoner spell, especially in the side lane where you're going to get outscaled by this Wukong. you really don't want to make those type of mistakes, especially when your team already had a really bad fight towards the bot side. And that's a really brave face check from Agency 6 there, but it doesn't really, nothing really comes out of it.
You would assume that Rocky is currently on the top side, already cleared the bot side pretty well, and yes, you were dancing over there on the Rift Herald already, but there's not too much else to do. So, being able to face check in, being able to say, hey, we're not too worried. You are going to play that 1v2 for a short while, as Rennie Wolves is going to go ahead, try and push down this tower. Of course, we are about 19 minutes into the game, so plates have been long and gone. And the first tower had also gone down in the mid lane, so you already see those ganks. Meanwhile, Rocky says, hey, you're not going to fight us. We'll take the fight to you. Huge bullying going on the top side, trying to get Downfall back in the game. And now, with Downfall at a 4-2-2, I think the Wukong is very much back in this.
Yeah, and this is what Coachless had to do. They just had to punish these side lane mistakes coming from TDS. They're getting ahead of themselves. They were doing fine in the early game, but that was mainly off Coachless mistakes. And when Coachless is playing around their power spikes and how they should be playing these team fights off their cooldowns, they will not be losing most of these trades. And we see Downfall and Rocky just bullying late in the side lane now, and it's just going to be really rough, especially in the top side after they took down the first third too. Oh, we see a TP though.
Yes, we do, and that's going to be the problem, though. But a nice buster shot takes everyone back. That was a beauty of a stall out. Now we're going to try and see the turnaround. That's going to be a bump in. Agency 6 is not going to enjoy that fight, and unfortunately will go down after the passive of the Renata will keep them alive for just a mite longer. After that engage, after the teleport from late, it still yields nothing. And Shong Myung says, hey, I want to go in. I want to fight this one out. That's going to be a dance. Cyclone is not going to be up. Yes, it is. That's the turnaround. That's the fight you want. That will be the Coachless Tyranny, bringing mayhem to the bot side. All 5 members of CLT converge to take a 4-for-0 fight.
Yeah, and then we see Chungbyung really making use of the hostile takeover there, stealing from Rhymes and just hitting all the members that he had to. We're gonna see the replay. The TP comes from Lemon Sap. They were trying a little too hard to kind of just like get a kill trade back, but you don't see the Silas. Like, you have Amumu walking down. Amumu starts his reset, and he's not there. He's your most fed member, and you just cannot take a fight without him right now. They just like almost throw their whole early game pressure and like the good plays that they did out of the window. And Cautious Trini just so far ahead right now. Now Wukong, with the last double kill that he got from the bot lane, he's just super far ahead. The gold graph just jumps to 4K almost, and you just, this is what Cautious Trini had to do. They did it a little later than I expected, but they're doing it really good right now, and they're just executing the game plan that they should have.
I think that was well put. They are ready to go in terms of the gold lead, in terms of ballooning out of control here. And it was really, it feels off the back of Rocky and Downfall. These two players have racked up a 9-4 and 11 scoreline between the two of them. And it's granted them such a huge boon. Wherever those two roam, death is sure to follow. And that's evidently secured in the fact that almost every single member of CLT currently all have a bouncy on the top of their hands. On top of their heads, right? 150 on the Silas, 200 on the Tristana, and then 500 on the Wukong, 150 on the Talon. So all these members are exceptionally strong right now. And with the fact that the Dragon is coming up here, it is going to be that big challenge. We do see a little bit of a hook in. Super Square unfortunately gets knocked up, and the fight is going to be split. Event Horizon is going to catch so many members, though. Rennie Wolves is allowed to be punched back out, though. The refight, the grab, the hijacked ulti is going to swing back the Curse of the Sad Mummy. However, health bars going quite low. It's a scattered, bullied fight. Downfall running 3 off, though, and that will give Tyranny the advantage. Agency 6 trying to kite for their life, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it, or will they? The Flash going to keep them safe, but the rest of the team will fall in the first major team fight. CLT still rule that fight.
Yeah, and I think it looked not that bad in the start for TDS. I think Super Square was able to hold off 3 members, but it just didn't really matter in the end. He was not in the team fight. Wholesale takeover came through a really good ultimate, to be honest, but they just don't really have the damage right now. Agency 6, he did put out some damage on downfall, but just the dead stance healing and the extra damage reduction coming through, it's just not really enough, and he's forced to burn the flash there. It's just going to be really rough to win these team fights unless Agency 6 can get to 3-4 items.
I am very scared as well because, as you were saying, 6 items is what we want, but you can see where they land in the current gold standing, 8.6. Whereas we're taking a look, 3 members of CL Tyranny. This squad has so far ruled with Irene Wolves looking at about 10k here and about 200 more gold. It's been difficult, I think, for Agency 6 to even get a decent CS discrepancy, right? 197 to 206. Still just trailing behind. Yes, you're the highest on the team, but it hasn't come without its cost. So we are going to have to keep track of that. We are moving into that mid game here. These teams are starting to get a little bit more feisty. We're starting to see the team fights break out more and more. And considering that fact, the two major team fights that we've seen so far, Coachless Tyranny have been the ones to pick that up. So Syndicate have a little bit more work to do, especially with the Baron in play and the Dragons currently evened up.
Yeah, and that's like kind of the good news for TDS, where you were able to at least get the early dragon. So you like Coachless Tyranny taking these team fights and getting the dragons. It's not the end of the world. They can still kind of like sack one more dragon. Like they probably cannot sack the soul. The Hextech soul is really strong right now, especially in a position where they're losing the team fights. But if they can like get one more dragon, farm up, get stronger, and just kind of hit that point where Lemon Sap and Agent C6 will have at least the damage to burst through these like not really tanky frontliners from the Coachless Tyranny, right? Like you have the Wukong, you have the Silas. Alistar obviously gets tanky with the ultimate, but once it's over, he can be killed pretty easily if you have the death Lord Dominic's regards on Agency 6. So I think they'll be looking for those power spikes. Giving up the next dragon would be a really smart choice, but other than that, I think Coachless Tyranny are in a really good position with the game state right now.
I think they're feeling that as well, right? Taking a look overall, first time they've gone over the 5k limit. Lemon Sap, of course, trying to trade it back and even up the towers a little bit more, and also trying to farm up that AP standing, currently sitting at 2.5 items, looking to get that Rabadon shortly. But because Lemon Sap is currently sitting on the bot side, that means 4 members are going to try and barrel up the mid lane with Chung Myung sitting on that hijack curse of the Sad Mummy. That's a scary position to be in. You don't want to dive back in. They are going to try and chase it on their own, though. Super Square is unfortunately going to get wrapped up. A challenge back will yield nothing, as that big time ultimate is only going to be used on one to save their life or delay their death. Mumu is down for the 6th time this game, as with their jungler down, CLT say, hey, we should have a free chance at this Baron.
Yeah. And we saw Super Skirt actually start the game really good. He was looking really proactive, really making the difference in the early game, but especially after late getting caught out in the side lane and a few bad fights in the bot, now it just looks like they're lost, and this fight is just really unnecessary from them. They should just give the Baron, but
I mean, they already did give the Baron. The question is, how many members will they lose on their own? Apparently not too many. Rocky into the back line is unfortunately going to get exhausted, and it feels like CLT might be the ones that might have overextended. That'll be a challenge back as Agency 6 goes in, is able to snipe out 2, and that might be the 2 that you want. Up off of the head is able to bring Retribution, but the Baron fight itself is going the way of TDS. Super Square had enough time to come back in this fight, revived and bringing it back home. Raining Wolves is going to get the buster shot off. Downfall might get caught out, but the knockup is going to lock him in place. Yes, Tyranny may have gotten the Baron, but Syndicate wipe that fight.
sorry. I guess I don't know if you can call that caster curse towards the Coachless Tyranny, but that fight was really well played, especially Agent C6 having the balls to just go over that red wall and just like jump into Rocky and Albedo killing them like an assassin. He drops in the process, but those 2 kills are more than enough for the rest of TDS to just run down Raining Wolves and Downfall. And those are like some really important kills. Getting the Baron buff off Downfall was the biggest thing. Oh, you hate to see it.
Feels bad, and that's the other win condition. Right now, yes, that fight did go the way of TDS, but it was 1-1 off the overextension from Tyranny's side. Keep that in mind. They were the ones that decided to take that fight and extend a little bit too far, so because of that, they lock back down. They say, hey, we're going to fight it our way. Let's go ahead and grab that 3rd dragon for our own. That'll make it the 5th dragon of the game, with the 6th to spawn shortly, and CLT at Soul Point.
Yeah, and I think that's really big. He's been playing really good, but that might be the most important thing he did. Both teams, whoever got it was going to be on Soul Point, and now DLT is sitting on that Soul Point, as you said, and especially, like, they don't really have a lot of champions that can proc it from range, but I think only Raining Wolves will be enough. And as we know, Hexexol just makes it really hard for you to kind of kite back, and this is what TDS's comp wants to do. They want to play the front to back. They want Agent C6 to be able to kind of kite it back. And with a Hexexol, it's going to be really hard, especially when your team has these champions. But Late trying to fight that.
And I don't think you'll win, actually, and Late realizes it. You're just trying to do the best that you can. Delay the timer as much as possible, but Downfall brings the downfall of the Kench, and that means the 1v1 scenario is no longer a nice tactic to use. You have to bring at least 2 to Downfall's side if you want to try and duke it out. Rhymes, though, not in the right spot, and Everfrost catches 2, and that might be the grabbed hijack, bringing everyone back into the fight. Tyranny says this is our jungle. Now Agency 6 says not just yet. That'll be a couple tags on the back end. It seems CLT might have overextended. Agency 6 now saying I am alive and well. That's a triple kill for the Zeri, bringing their score to 7-3-5, and now fully online.
Yeah, and like that's what we talked about. Zeri at 2 items, 1.5 items, not the scariest, but once she finishes 3 to 4 items, she just becomes online. And like these team fights, they're not these teams are like just really long-lasting team fights. So it's like Agency 6 gets to stack up his ultimate, and with the extra movement speed, it's really easy for him to just run down people. Raining Wolf's just kind of getting ahead of himself, jumping in, but not really having the damage currently.
And the overextension has cost CLT twice now. Once with the Baron power play, they lost multiple Baron stacks and were reduced to only 1. Now they've lost the second team fight all over. I think it was just Downfall trying to get away, and yet they chose to fight as well. So they have to realize at this point that Agency 6 is an actual threat. This champion that is sitting on 3 items is going to go back and should buy up a full item on their own as well.
Yeah.
Taking a look here, we see the Infinity Edge, the Essence Reaver, as well as the Immortal Shield Bow. Yeah, you go back for a Runin's Hurricane and instead choose the Phantom Dancer. Straight up 2,600 item buy.
Yeah, and not only that, we can also see Lemons up almost full build. 5.5 items right now, sitting on that Fiendish Codex. He is looking really scary too. He has that Void Staff, has the Rabadon's Death Cap, and has his Onius for his safety, so he's just going to be doing a lot of damage. He's up 2 levels against Chungmyeong, and this is, I think, where teleport kind of comes in handy. When Lemonsap can go into side lane and kind of answer these waves, Chungmyeong doesn't really have that option, because when a team fight pops up, he's not going to be able to TP to the other side of the map, where Lemonsap can just afford to do that. And we can see like he almost got Flame Horizon in the mid lane, so it's just like not a good look, especially against the Veigar.
I mean, that is the worst feeling in the world to be Flame Horizon. I think that also comes to the fact that Chungmyeong has been trying to rotate with the team, trying to help out as much as possible. Of course, that doesn't go into their favor, as we can see Rocky now trying to find those angles, as again, even though TDS are starting to scale up very, very heavily, the threat of the Talon, the threat of the burst that can come out as CLT squad is still very much a threat. It's still very, very real that you can lose your team in under a few seconds, and especially with Agency 6 walking off on the wrong side, this can be quite scary. Rhymes, of course, being the first to kind of face check this. Lemon Sap saying hello. With the dragon coming up in just 15 seconds, it'll be TDS that'll run out of their jungle. Oh. And that'll be a headbutt pulverize. That's not going to work, but the Cyclone is able to catch 4. You get the flashes of multiple, but now the turnaround is there. But can you get more? No, you can't. The hostile takeover takes over everyone. The reverse to the reversal is going to come out. Agency 6, Agent 45, whatever you want to say. It's a triple kill and ace for the Syndicate, as they only need to win a few big fights to go ahead and clinch the game.
Yeah, and like I think while that fight was happening, they were still down 2 to 3k gold, but most of the gold lead is towards downfall, so it doesn't really matter that late is down gold. The curse of the sad mummy just stuns 4 people in the backline, and during that, Agency 6 and Lemon Sap just devouring the front line. That was just a really well played, and TDS playing towards their Rincon, just not losing the early game hard enough, especially like in the early game. They were actually ahead, and when mid game came through, they did a few mistakes, but they were still not behind enough to a point where they would just lose the game. And they're just like the team fights just came in and they played it perfectly. Agency 6 on that Zeri just popping off and just showing why he's actually the carry for his team. But also, I think a huge props to Lemon Sap. He was just like making sure with Yverfrost, with the baby cage, that the enemy team doesn't really get to do much. And I think he also did the top damage in this game. So Veigar comes in handy sometimes if you can actually use it or utilize the champion really well.
Of course you can, and you can see it there in the post-game graphics. You can see a heavy lean over towards that Veigar. Same with the Zeri though, 25k, 29k for the mid laner, and it's a scary thought. So of course, now taking a look, it is going to be Coachless Tyranny that realized, yes, you might have had a little bit of win on the top side, but you can't force these fights, especially against something like the late game composition of the squad of Syndicate. So we'll go ahead, go to a short break, get ready for game number 2 to see if the squad of TDS are able to continue their fight, or if Coachless Tyranny will be able to come back in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If I walk to the sea, maybe I never see. For I fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, but when you're right, you carry me. But I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never good, just had regrets. So I won't go back, oh, but I got me to forget the time I lost, moonshine back again. to abyss. While I blame the world's neglect, Luna shine bright. So I won't hold back, and you should know that was never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh, what I gotta need to forget the time I lost, won't let me forget.
You try hard to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down. Got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. Will this life we live be all that matters? The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. And we'll never know. It's weighing me down. Got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away.
And we are back, ready to go for game number 2. It's going to be a good time, as of course, game number 1 had some ups and downs and kind of surprised us at the very end, as it was actually TD Syndicate that came away with the game victory, but not without Coachless Tyranny taking some very good early game fights.
Yeah, and I think it kind of came down to how they drafted. Coachless Tyranny did go for that like mid-game power spike team comp where they would just like win any team fight that they would like they were able to start. But once Zeri and Veigar that was picked by TD were able to like finish their items, and when they had their power spikes, the others are just like sitting in front of them, peeling for them, and winning the team fights just becomes much easier for them. And they were able to execute the early to mid game fairly with less damage than they had to take, and it just ended up as them taking away the win with the two really good team fights in the end. And we see the Zeri being banned from Coachless Tyranny after that really good game 1 from Agent C6.
And I think that's appropriate. Same thing with the Wukong, though. You don't want to give anything over to the side. It's just too frustrating to watch, and so I agree with those bans and just not letting it through. The Trundle going to be locked in, though. That'll go ahead and be most likely into that jungle role and saying, hey, look, let's go ahead and get that Trundle rolling. And for TD Syndicate, they are watching the Tahm Kench be locked in, this time on the side of Coachless Tyranny's hands. And remember, the Tahm Kench honestly did not have such a great time. It was bullied quite heavily. Coachless Tyranny not only taking one away, but taking another champion. It will be that Veigar being locked in for Coachless Tyranny side. A blind pick Veigar, I might add.
Yeah, and like it is a pick that Chungming plays, so I don't really have a problem. Like I wouldn't doubt that he would have a hard time playing Veigar. The champion is fairly easy. On the other hand, Tahm Kench, it is one of like Downfall's best picks. I think Late tried to pick it away from Downfall game 1, but now he has his hands on the Tahm Kench himself. If they want, they can actually flex the Trundle into Tahm Kench, although until level 6, the matchup is a little not really favored for Trundle. Once you finish the Divine, once you get to your level 6, you just start winning the side lane really hard. And we just saw, after Divine Thunder was finished, Wukong was able to just bully the Tahm Kench in the side lane, so it might just be the same thing, and I think they just heard me, so they just did what I said. That is more than likely a Trundle top pick right now, unless it's an Amumu support, which is possible, but I wouldn't expect it.
I wouldn't either, so just keeping it within the standard and going with a little bit more team fight once again. TD Syndicate locking in that Wombo combo, and Coach's Tyranny actually flipping right back through. They don't pick up their ADC just yet, and instead are going to pick up the Senna, unless that is that fasting Senna, and working with that Tahm Kench, that could also be an option. The Shen, though, going to be banned away here. They're actually saying that the Trundle could be a support Trundle, which could very well be, I want to say, an amazing opportunity, or even watching the Amumu go support. Whatever it is, they're saying we don't want any part of it. Let's just go ahead, ban away the Shen. We don't want any craziness coming out either. That'll be taken away. So Coach's Tyranny just covering all their bases no matter what.
Yeah, and there's a few options that Coach's Tyranny can go through. I guess they really like these champions that can go to more than a few lanes. They can do Senna Veigar bot lane with this. With Tahm Kench top, they can do Senna Tahm Kench with Veigar mid, and like either way, they're gonna have a lot of options to go through, and it's just like two really different bot lane and top mid lane playstyle that they can choose. And they have the option to kind of just go for the last pick. They have the last pick with our red side draft right now, so they can keep their flex picks and kind of just not show their hands until that last pick comes through.
I can see that. I like what our producer has done. They have labeled that last one as a jinx, just saying that is wholly necessary because it's not. Oh, okay. So it's on the other side. Do we not get the Malphite? That is the question. Okay. So we're getting a little bit of word here. It sounds like either way, the jinx is banned out right now. So Jinx is out. I think Jax is banned now. Okay, so it's Malphite and Jinx. We have gotten word. We have fully confirmed it. It is a Malphite and Jinx that are banned. Or whatever it is, we won't see Jinx. That's the most important part. Xin Zhao, of course, now being locked in then. Coachless Tyranny saying, okay, we need a little bit more engage. We need someone that can actually challenge and maybe sweep away, as the Crescent Guard is very good for that. I like it, though. Another aggressive jungler coming in.
Yeah, and in a vacuum, Zinzao actually does really bad into Trundle, so TD can maybe opt into something like MF Amumu bot lane with like Trundle jungle, but I think with the Jax ban, it's more than likely going to be that Trundle top, and we see Twitch come through, which is it's been a really strong pick. It's one of the best hyper carry picks right now that you can get, which obviously what Agent C6 really likes to play, these Jinx, Zeri type of like just champions where you can take over the game by yourself. And I think what I would like to see is like maybe a champion like Lulu where you can facilitate Twitch, make sure he doesn't die to Zen or other champions. Yumi works with that really well.
Ooh.
Oh.
That is actually a nice little lock in there. So the complete, and I want to say epic style of keeping everything hidden is actually very, very important here. So that'll be a little bit of a submarine composition to be played out, and I like that thought there. So TD Syndicate still rolling with the team fight composition, which we really, really appreciated last time. What will Coachless Tyranny go ahead and bring out here? It will be that Aatrox in the top side. It is the Tahm Kench Senna in the bot side, so a nice little challenge to that Trundle.
Yeah, and this time around, Coachless Tyranny actually has a decent comp that scales fine into late game, especially with Veigar Senna. And they have these picks with Tahm Kench, Zen, and Aatrox that can be a menace in the early to mid game. Especially mid game, Aatrox and Zinzao just kind of takes over the game. And if they can just do what they did last game, they're going to have the late game insurance in Veigar and Senna. So if they can actually do what they did last game, I think they should not have a problem. But TD Syndicate, I think their team comp is kind of relying on kind of snowballing through this Twitch and Trundle. Getting this Trundle ahead in the side lane will be crucial, especially if he can get his Hullbreaker, his Divine, getting that split push rolling. It's going to be hard for the Aatrox to kind of go against this Trundle, and since Coachless Tyranny wants to take these team fights, this Trundle might just take their base if they just take their eyes off of him even 1 minute.
It's a scary, scary thought, and that'll be the challenge for them. Taking a look at the comps overall, though, is there one that you're swayed to a little bit more, Sultan, or are both teams you feel pretty even in terms of what they got out of the draft?
I think with how well Coachless Tyranny played the mid game last time, I think I favored their team comp a little bit, since now they have a way to win team fights later on to the game. Especially with the Veigar, it's going to be really hard for Amumu or Twitch to like get into that range without being caught to Zinzao or Aatrox. So we'll see. I favor Coachless Tyranny's draft a little more this time. But, you know, we saw last game, whenever you think a team is going to win it all, the other team just says, we still have a chance, we still have a shot at this team fight, and it just turns down the whole game.
Yep, that'll be the challenge. Let's go ahead and go to a short break. Let's ensure that the teams are ready to go, and we'll ensure that you have a fantastic broadcast. Please do not go anywhere. Game 2 here in the Grand Finals. We'll be right back.
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop.
And she knows that I gotta be trusted. She fell in love with the race and I see. She fell in love. And she knows that I gotta be trusted. She fell in love.
And we're back a little bit earlier than expected, but I think we're ready to go. TDS, of course, on the blue side. CLT, Tyranny versus Syndicate. Round number 2 with a few different champions, but some are the same. We do see the Tom Kench not on the top side, but in the bot side for Reigning Wolves with Albedo. Now going to be working on that Senna. On the flip, though, Super Square back on the Amumu. Probably just a little bit of a comfort pick there, and deciding that that's how that's going to be played.
Yeah, it's interesting that they chose to give the Tom Kench reigning roles. Most of the time you just give the Senna to your ADC because eventually the Senna will be your carry, although she's fasting. I guess they must have practiced it. Like this, I don't think they would first time it here, so let's just believe in them. One interesting thing that I've seen is late just hook ignite instead of TP in the top lane is gonna look to just like pressure this Aatrox. You need the healing cut if you want to trade into Aatrox, especially later on to the game. So I guess he just doesn't want to buy a heal cut item, so he just opts in for the ignite. He might even look for like really hard early game like 1v1 trade.
You could definitely try for it. It looks like you have. However, Downfall may or could have enjoyed that if it went longer, but late pulled out at the proper time. Really nice trade by that Trundle to start things off. Downfall also sitting with that Doran's Blade means that you don't get any innate healing. That is going to be very, very detrimental here. Following up on this top side, as you can see, late already starting to bully out a little bit more with regards to that CS and XP discrepancy.
Yeah, and we're probably gonna see this most of this laning phase. Trundle just tends to hard bully his opponents. He just doesn't get to do a lot in team fights, but as long as this lane is in a side lane where late can just auto attack Downfall freely like he's doing right now, it's just going to be really Trundle favored. He like Trundle actually has really good sustain if he can last at minions fairly well. So I don't think he's gonna have a problem with that either. We see the Zinzao pathing towards top, and late's lane right now is not in the greatest state. If Rocky just goes for the red and then just goes for a straight top gank, he might be able to catch him off guard, but I think he's gonna just look for the 5 cam clear or a full clear from the looks of it.
I could see that as well, and maybe it'll be a challenge, maybe it won't. Late, of course, pushing up at level 3. Gonna crash this wave into the tower and look to rotate out, just kind of dropping some wards, making sure to keep some of that vision information to their own. And because of that, Rocky is actually going to be challenged here. At the scuttle, this is going to be a problem. However, it was pinged out. Rocky was able to see, I think, a little bit of a glimpse of late. So Very, very smart play there.
Yeah, and Late didn't take his red buff, and you really don't want to fight without your red buff. It gives a lot of priority to yourself as a jungler, especially in these early team fights. If you can slow down people, they can actually his teammates can get on top of it fairly easier. And he did not do his red and just did his raptors instead. So I think that was just a free scuttle crab for Super Square, and he's up in tempo right now. As long as jungle goes, he took the scuttle, and he already finished his full clear. He's level 4 to Rocky's level 3, and the wave right now, Downfall has to walk up to this wave to break the freeze, and he's calling over Rocky, and we might just see a 2v2 break off really early in this game.
Oh, and it already hits, but now the challenge comes out. Who do they go on? Who? Downfall is going to get the knockup again, and that's going to be the kill. Top lane is trade blows and trade allies. So Downfall is going to go ahead and pick it up. But now on the bot side, we get to see Agent C6 go ahead and nap up one. That'll be the ADC taking one for the side of TDS. However, CLT gonna rein back these blows and these exchanges, really mixing things up. And at the end of it all, gold is still fairly even.
Yeah, but it is really favored, like that trade is favored for CLT in my opinion. Aatrox was able to get that first blood, especially in a lane where he was kind of getting bullied by Late. It's going to help him go through the laning phase fairly easier. That extra 200, 300 gold sometimes makes a huge difference. But we see Late also opting for the pickaxe. He's not going to be that far behind. But like any type of lead is really welcome from Downfall right now.
I think that is hard correct here, and we'll see what else seems to occur here. Chung Myung still in the mid lane, just trying to dance it out. However, bot side, what's kind of gotten out of control here is Raining Wolves, who is now 33 CS. Albedo, of course, trying to soak up as many stacks as possible, and Agent C6 is only sitting on 17 CS, did go for that coal early, and that means that the trades will actually not go your way as much as possible. So that's why Raining Wolves and Albedo feeling okay to try and take some of those trades.
Yeah, and like when you buy a call, you really want to farm really good, but for now, Raining Wolves and CTL Beto, they've been able to bully him out of this minion wave, and we already see almost 20 minion lead for the likes of Raining Wolves, and like they have the bigger wave, and this might be really bad for Super Square.
This could be really bad. That'll be the dive in and a chance at a knockup though. But they are almost able to trade it back, and they do. Agency 6 is gonna find that kill, and the flash that was not burned earlier will keep him safe. Now the bot lane 3v3 goes the way of Syndicate.
Yeah, I think there was a little misplay from the side of Coachless Tyranny. They did get the CC onto the Yuumi while the Yuumi was trying to fly towards the Mumu. Instead, they tried to hit Super Square and Agent C6, but like Yuumi is much squishy. If you get him, if you just kill the Yuumi, the rest of the team will not have the shields and healing. So I guess just the focus there was wrong from the side of Coachless Tyranny, and it ends up as another kill going towards Agent C6. And although he's behind in CS, these two kills will help him a lot in this laning phase, and when a Twitch gets ahead, it's really hard to deal with him, especially in a situation where like you're fasting your ADC for the first bit of the game. It's gonna take some time for the Senna to get strong, so I think these ball lane trades will be favored really hard for TDS for quite some time.
Not just that, the mid lane is also going their way. Lemonsap now has a decent CS lead in that mid lane. After bullying out Myung early on, that is something that is actually going to be a slight problem, as well as the Oriannas can tend to be very, very aggressive and very bully heavy if the junglers don't intervene. So keep eyes on that setup. Keep eyes on Lemonsap as well. The first dragon will go the way of Tyranny, as they're going to be pretty happy about that. World Ender, though, being popped on the other side, as that's going to be a problem. That's a flash directly on top. Late trying to duke it out, and is now going to win it out. Late with the Subjugate after a failed flash from Downfall is now able to take the kill on the top side.
Yeah, that wall is really thick, and really like you really need to be hugging that wall to be able to pull that flash off. And during when you're having a skirmish, it's really hard to get that flash off. He tried for it, he failed it, and that's going to be huge for late. He pushed in the wave. He's probably going to pick up a few plates in the top side too, and the solo kill plus a plate now, and all that CS just being sacrificed to the turret. But oh, HC6 gets knocked up.
Gets knocked up and gets rooted here. The heals is what you're really looking at, and you try and go onto this ADC, but Albedo is not the carry. You have to be worried about Raining Wolves, who is now two kills in. Very, very tanky. And just like that, Albedo and Raining Wolves control over the bot side.
Yeah, and like we said, yeah, Twitch had the kills, but the CS lead still keeps Raining Wolves in that gold, like not making. Okay, let me rephrase it. Making sure that the gold disparity is not too much. He has the ninja tab eyes. It just makes it really hard for Agency 6 to dish out as much damage. This is not an AP Twitch where you can just like stack your passive and just press your E and the enemy gets one shot. It's AD. Ninja tab eyes actually make a lot of work here. And I think this might be interesting, but we see Super Square on the outside. Good
Be a little bit of a breakout, and Rainy Wolves is going to survive for just a little bit longer. Of course, when Super Square is involved, you know the fights are going to be spicy, and this time around, the team fighting around that Amumu, it feels a little bit better, at least in the early game.
Yeah, but they like Super Square did burn his ult. They did try to get the kill towards the bot side while Rocky was taking the Herald, and like of course Tyranny was able to pick up the Herald, but no kills coming from the bot side. So that was just like a free Herald given to the side of Coach Tyranny. The person who picks up the Herald is Aatrox though, so I'm assuming the Herald will be more than likely used for top lane unless we see Downfall roam to another lane. I would have liked if they used this Herald towards maybe the Vargar or the Senna so that they could get to their late game faster, at least like be a little stronger in the early game. But I guess Downfall is being a little selfish and making sure he can at least be that mid game carry for his team.
And I think it also plays into the fact that, you know, you want to use those extra resistances, that extra reduction in damage against someone like Late, who has already won the 1v1 very early on. And as you said, yes, it draws the attention up to the top side, but it's still a very useful item to have on a solo laner. So we'll have to keep eyes and see if that continues through. Of course, right now, Late is still being able to sustain up on the top side. Keep in mind, this is a Trundle with a little bit of extra in the back pocket. The Ignite is ready to go, and Super Square headed up to the top side. I mean, you know there's not going to be a gank on the bot side, as of course Agency 6 is going to try and farm it a tower as best as possible.
Yeah, and like Raining Wolves has been farming really good. And like he's up close to 35-40 CS. And I think off this back he's gonna finish his spammy Cinder, get a few cloak, yeah, and the cloth armor. He's really close to his, I'm assuming, Frostfire that he would go for. Especially like when you're going with a fasting center, you tend to go for that Frostfire. So he's really tanky right now. I don't think Agency 6 has any damage even close to killing them. But
yeah, and that was a little bit of an early swing, but they are still going to try and fight it out. Rocky is going to throw down just about everything, but the pillar is going to slow them down. Late is going to get chased down. Rocky should have another jump here in just a second, but you don't want to chase out. Surprisingly enough, they do not continue aggressing on that. And they let Late go through. Now he's going to try and jump over the wall, but because Rocky's alone, you lose that fight. The Ignite and shielding is going to cancel each other out, and Rocky lives with a sliver of HP. What a turnaround. Rocky not enjoying that one, and Agency 6 on the back end is now going to watch as a flash is burned out of Chung Myung thanks to Lemon Sap.
yeah, and Albedo's ultimate shield just barely saved Rocky there. I think it was a really overextension. Knowing that like, Trundle didn't blow up his ultimate, just jumping there. I think like even in a jungler situation, Trundle beats Xin Zhao. And like when Trundle is a soul laner with the more levels, it's even harder. But Downfall just solo bolos him.
It was so quick. It was so brutal and so painful. Downfall, remember, still has that Eye of the Herald, and something that isn't utilized as much is, again, that fact that you get extra resistances, you get extra buffs when it comes to the 1v1s. That's the whole reason that you want to take it on the jungler who wants to take those fights, right? So now we do get to see that brutal collision of death happen, and Late loses out a massive amount just because of that downfall. I'm very happy about the current setup. The problem here is the bot side, Agency 6, gonna get devoured, gonna get jumped on, and unfortunately probably gonna die here. A very unfortunate setup here, and Rhymes is also going to be the recipient of a death that they continue to follow. Just one more auto attack is all it takes as Albedo takes the double kill.
Yeah, they're finally getting more gold towards Albedo. And we see Twitch Yumi, you're really vulnerable to these, like, just the CC coming from the Tom Kench. You don't do enough damage right now. Like, Twitch needs, just like Zeri, he needs a few items to actually dish out the damage to do melt through this Tom Kench. And right now, the early game is just so much more favored towards this Tom Kench center lane. You want to scale a little bit more with Twitch Yumi, but they're really having some problems with at least the Yumi lane right now.
And now they might be having one on the top side. However, that's a huge CC stun downfall. It's going to try and sustain up on the other side. Lemon Sap is going to walk in and unfortunately get cut out. But that's a flash into the wall. Super Square leads late all on his own. And that's the scary part. This might have gone into disaster as it does. The challenge on the other side is going to mean Lemon Sap gets away with a bare minimum. However, two have fallen on the top side as Late and Super Square are going to fall. Overall, it's a 1-2 in favor of CLT.
Yeah, and like Downfall is just super strong right now. He took a lot of turret plates. He has 4 kills to his own, and when you look, Late running the ignite but not really having the lane impact that he really wanted to have, and we see there's like 1.68 gold difference between the two players right now. And when an Aatrox gets rolling this early in the game, it's really hard for any champion to stop him in the side lane. He has way more than enough regen and sustain even through the ignite. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people already seen Aatrox just like in 4 people just presses Gold Drinker and goes to full HP event their steel cut.
That's going to be a little bit of a tease on the bot side, but as you were saying, it is going to be a little bit of a up and down movement here. The team's still jockeying for a little bit of position, but Tyranny so far looking a lot better than in game number 1. A little bit more in control with his mid to late game composition here, even though they were winning out in the early to mid game. It feels like they have a better chance, right? The champions that they've drafted here can scale better into the late game. They don't have a higher, I want to say, range of execution or level of execution. Because of that, this challenge on the bot side, Super Square is going to get jumped on, and that'll be a knock up onto the ADC. An ADC on their own does mean a death. They catch a little bit onto Lemon Sap, might mean a second death. Shockwave is going to pull 2 in. They'll do nothing more. Rhymes, though, now getting caught up. And remember, the Yumi can't rejoin. And unfortunately, going to try and go another way, but you can't. Killing spree for the Tom Kench now, as that'll be the bot lane of CLT running up a 5-1-7 scoreline.
Yeah, and the one thing that we need to pay attention to, last time TD was able to take the first 2 dragons, and now it's Coachless Tyranny that has the better mid game plus the first 2 dragons. So we might see a decently early soul pickup from Coachless Tyranny here. They have the bot lane ahead, the Chungmyung, and not really ahead in mid lane, but it's Veigar. You just need him to put down the cage and just do his job, make sure that like Senna and himself is safe from the Amumu and possibly a Twitch threat that might happen in a team fight.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure if we're worried about Agency 6. The Twitch is currently quite far behind, I will say. Still looking to complete that. I want to say it is going to be that Kraken Slayer. It should be very, very nice to hang on to. However, it's still a problem, right? This Twitch has been put so far behind, still has to finish up that Cole and still has to try and get an extra bit of CS. In the mid lane, we are seeing that drop of the Rift Herald. It should get 1 charge off, but doesn't get the tower, and that's going to be a problem here. Raining is going to get bullied out late, still dancing it pretty hard here, and you can see Albedo firing right back. For all that they use in the mid lane, TDS get nothing more than a bit of damage in about 2 waves.
Yeah, and I think one of the most important things here is that like they can absorb the pressure really well. Like just as Senna and Tom Kench, like they're against 3 people in the mid lane, which is like the enemy top, mid lane, and jungle, and they can just answer it. Although they're down in EXP fairly well against compared to the others, but I think Lemon Sap is like how TDS will try to make anything happen right now. He's really strong, up close to 37 CS, has that kill for himself, didn't die until now, so he's playing fairly safe and not being caught up by the enemy jungler. So maybe if they can get a team fight where Super Square can get a combo off. Oh, did I cast a cursing too?
Yes, you did.
Oh, yep. Well, Lemon
The
Sap.
caster curse is real.
Well, Lemon Sap did just die, so
Yeah,
just
that
forget
was.
about what I said.
Yep. Unfortunate scenario, but that was a nice collapse nonetheless. And that was on Shong Myung, who burned the flash for that one as well. So very, very important to keep that one in mind. CLT is still hunting down for those solo kills and already on soul point as well. This is much faster than what they had last time. And so that is going to be a interesting chance. But that root coming out of Senna felt like it shouldn't have hit, but it did. Now Agency 6 is going to get flashed on. One more auto attack will take it, and downfall with the World Ender ends the life of the Twitch.
Yeah, like they're just so far away from the power specs that they want. Agency 6, last game at least he was in a position where he was able to farm. Here he is down 40 CS to the Tom Kench, and like he doesn't have a support that can peel as well as a Renata. Wholesale Takeover is a really like one of the best teamfight tools right now. Yumi, yes, the heals come through, but especially until late game, I think Yumi is not as useful as a Renata. So I think it's going to be really rough for TDS to come back into this game. We see late just not having the impact that he wanted with the Trundle top pick. I don't know if Agency 6 wants to get that close to the downfall. It would really mean that he would just get one shot by him.
I think this is overall CLT saying, all right, we messed around a little bit in game 1. Not messing around this time. They have not lost a tower, have not really lost a team fight, and have not lost a global objective fight except for a single Rift Herald. They have been on point this entire time. Are really showing off their undefeated streak in the regular season, saying, hey, we have not dropped a series then, and we don't intend to do it now. Keeping up here in this top side play as well. Downfall has ensured that the top lane will not be granting any gold back, especially that comeback gold. So saying, all right, we're going to force out Lemon Sap, who you were talking about having that decent CS lead. And yes, they died once, but the main thing is also this Orianna is not going high damage, right? You're going for a little bit of that burn build. So that is also something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think he needs the DPS, especially in a position where this Twitch is not able to put out as much damage as you want from him. Like, Leandries will burn through this Aatrox and Xin Zhao, plus the Tom Kench fairly well. I'm assuming he's going for the Shadow Flame second item, and he's probably going to just like finish the Seraph's embrace third. So, like, he's getting strong. He's actually probably the strongest on TDS, but his teammates are just getting bullied at this point.
Yes, they are, and they're going to try and turn it around on the backside. Under the tower they go, but again, Raining Wolves has the Grey Hell Shield, so that Tom Kench is deceptively tanky to go ahead and contain that brutal battle. And in that mid lane, or in the top side, I guess, Lemon Sap is unfortunately going to be run out of town. CLT controlling everything here and looking a little bit better, looking like the squad that we assumed that they would be.
Yeah, and I think it was like a little bit on their draft. I think they just like were able to come up with a better draft this time. Last time it was like really heavily dependent on their mid game, and they were able to pull it off. But after, if you cannot finish the game or like get the Hextech Soul, get one of those like really high impact objectives, you're really just gonna get outscaled. And that was the case in game 1. But game 2, they came up with a better draft. They were able to stop the early. Not really an early game team call, but like they were able to come up with a way to just stomp the early game again. But at the same time have some insurance policies for the late game with Veigar and Senna, which both are really sitting strong right now. I'm not sure how many souls Senna has. Maybe we can see it right now. I think it should be, yeah, 87, close to 100. Not the best, but it's still a really good soul count for 23 minutes. And he's just like sitting on the serrated Dirk plus the Kraken Slayer. He almost has the same amount of gold as this Twitch right now, so it's really in the favor of Albedo until now.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about all this right now. As you were saying, Albedo, very, very strong, keeping up with the ADC and keeping up in that soul department as well. We were talking about the massive amount of bounties in game number 1. This game as well, we have a massive amount as Baron is being started up at 24 minutes. It's CLT saying, we can take this. We're not worried about anything at all. They're going to go ahead and get the scuttle as well, just saying, hey, look, you can't come close. It's going to be that chance. However, we do have a pause here as we are going to get a downfall, unfortunately, DCing right before a Baron fight. And I think that is very, very appropriate to call.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I guess it's just like an internet issue, but we're probably gonna be back, hopefully fast. But I think it was like what TD is trying to do is fine. Like you can't really contest the Baron. If I was them, I would just like go mid, try to get this mid turret, keep Trundle bot, maybe get that tier 2 turret, because if you try to fight this Baron, yes, you don't want to give a free Baron to the enemy team, but I think the game is at a point where they don't really want to take this team fight. You're down 6k gold, you're down 3 dragons. If you lose this, you lose the dragon too. I think they're sending Super Square and Late to take the dragon right now, which is also fine, but I would like to see Lemon Sap and Agency 6 and Rhymes just go mid, try to pressure the mid turret, like objective bounty and this objective bounty. Just you need as much gold on your carries right now, so maybe we see them do that. What I feel is they're just gonna contest this and die, just solo scrapes as usual. But you'll never know.
I think that'll be a fair assumption, and if they do, then it's a little bit wonky. Or maybe they can just collect 1 or 2 kills as well, right? Maybe those exit kills, maybe kind of repaying back what happened previously. So we'll see what happens. Of course, we are still waiting. I believe Downfall is just now reconnecting here, so we'll see if that all pans out. Question, of course, looking into the latter stages with this trade here, with this coverage, TDS have delayed that soul, but for how much longer? If you are Tyranny, though, Coachless Tyranny, if they get this Baron, they realize that they have a lot of pushing power. If they do decide to push, what would you like to see? 1-3-1, 4-1, or just all 5 members? Where does their strength lie right now? Well, all right, we're back into the game, and I don't think it matters, as that's an immediate flash away to safety.
Yeah, and that was a good trade. Yep, we see a bit of spectator delay after the pause, but Lemon Sap did burn his ultimate. They did burn the Rhymes ultimate too. The thing is, they did take out a lot of HP from Rocky and Albedo, so I think if they just stay around and maybe poke a little bit, they might be able to like get CLT off of this. But CLT also has the information that Super Square and Late is not around, so they're not really pressured to do anything. There's no chance of steal as for now, but it's gonna take a little bit of time to take this one down.
It's going to take a little bit. It will go down, as you can see there. So Baron in their pockets already. And this time, it's not a negative Baron power play. It's a positive one. 1,300 in their pockets. They will carry all of those over into the next fight as well. And we'll see what they decide to do alongside of it, right? This is going to be a little bit of a challenge if they want to fight after Late as well.
Yeah, I think the one problem that CLT has right now is that they don't really have the side waves pushed, so it might take some time for them to make use of this Baron buff. They all went for the resets before pushing the waves. We see Downfall moving towards the top side to push that wave in, and I think they're just gonna look for a 1-3-1. They have TPs on Downfall and Chungmyung, so should be fairly easy to pull off a 1-3-1. I'm also pretty sure that Downfall can almost kill anyone that just tries to match him in the side lane. and from what I see from the mini map, it's Agency 6 coming towards there. So I don't think he wants to get a piece of this thing. But oh my god, it's just so hard to play against that Veigar, especially in the siege.
And because of the fact that Cheongmyeong also did not go the Everfrost, it's actually going for that Crown of the Shattered Queen. You can't really kill Cheongmyeong either, right? And that allows the Veigar to step up and play a lot more aggressive. You can see it here. It is going to be a little bit of a jump in, and Lemon Sap was the target, but it is going to be all 5 members just charging forward here. And I think this is the appropriate play, right? Minute and a half still left on that Baron timer, and you can see it's double cannon wave. However, enough range in the back pocket of TDS to go ahead and clear that one out before more damage is done. They have gotten the tower. Meanwhile, on the bot side, late, still pushing away like their life depends on it, because the game does. It is going to be that solo push with that Trundle for as long as the game goes on.
Yeah, and like to be honest, I feel like the crown was not really needed from Chung. I wouldn't even be surprised if he went Ludens, just because he has Tom Kench, he has his own baby cage, he has Xin Zhao, which can kind of use the his own ultimate as a peel tool because of the kind of just sending enemies all around the team fight. So I think there was a little too much safety, but you know, nothing comes bad out of just like being a little too safe, I guess. You're still Veigar, you're still just like stacking 200, 300 AP just from your passive, so you shouldn't have any problems with dealing damage to the enemy team, especially when the enemy team is this squishy.
Agreed on that part. So maybe it was a little bit of a defensive purchase, maybe over defensive, but it's still appropriate. It's not going to be, I want to say, the wrong choice, right? I don't think there's a heavily wrong choice unless you're building AD Veigar, and then I got some questions for you. So don't want to see that one here. Meanwhile, on the top side, it is going to be barreling down, and also Downfall was able to counter out that push as well. So keep that in mind. The wave now pressured back late, no longer going to be able to devise a split push strategy. And that'll be all outer towers down. CLT making sure things are done by the books here, ensuring that with the last of that Baron power play, they're giving themselves free reign to go for any and all of those inhibitor towers.
Yeah, and we see that they're going for the resets. 1 minute and 15 seconds left for this dragon timer. They're just gonna pick up the soul more than likely in this fight. I'm not even sure if like TDS wants to contest this fight. I don't think Cloud Soul is the worst one to give up. To be honest, there is an Aatrox on the enemy team. Aatrox does become a really menace to deal with. Even if he's not right now, with the Cloud Soul, the extra movement speed just makes it almost impossible for your backliners to run away from him. And I don't know, we'll see if TDS wants to just do like a one last fight. Maybe we win and get these shutdowns onto Twitch, possibly, but yeah.
Could be a chance, of course. That is what we'll hopefully be looking for here, and we'll give it a little bit of time as the dragon will be coming up in just about 30 seconds. TDS do not want to give this one over, but they might not have too much of a choice. And granted, it is also a Cloud Soul. It's not the most, I want to say, damaging one, especially when you're already pressured back to your own tower. But you still just don't want to give it over. You don't want to give Soul in any sense. So it might be challenged here. However, 5 seconds are left. Late is still on the top side, so it will be a 4-player chance as we do get a little bit of a dive in. Once again, the team fight is going to break out. That's going to be the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Only catching 2 on the back end, but you really don't get much more than that. That'll be Super Square going in to that event horizon, and because of that, you are almost going to get chunked out. However, everyone gets to survive as Rocky was not available for the chase. Because of that, TDS, they burn everything in the books. All flashes except for late is down. That also means the dragon is theirs for the taking. CLT are going to collect the soul as TDS go ahead and take their second tower of the game.
Yeah, and I think it's still interesting that like the fights are not that bad, but unlucky. Just
Cheongmyeong had some fun.
oh, well, Late is just munching on these turrets in the side lane right now, and like CLT doesn't really have a wave, and like Downfall is just forced to reset because if he doesn't, Late will just bite through these turrets. This kind of like what normally downfall does to enemy teams, where you just like split pushes
Ooh.
until the enemy team is just wanting to AFK. But
Yeah, I mean, you can, and it's great to see that. However, we are seeing a little bit of a change up here. Knockup is there. Remember, the last fight burned all of the summoner spells. Because of that, no one is allowed to run away. And that will be Coachless Tyranny finding TD Syndicate in a rough spot. This is going to be the teleport coming in. A teleport from Chungmyung should also come into play. And that might be the finisher as Super Square tries their best to save the tower, but you still fall. In response, Late is now going to revive. Late is going to try their best, but they are late, as their name suggests. In comes the meteor. In comes their death. That will be the ace for CL Tyranny as they take the Nexus Towers, and they will take the Nexus to tie up the series.
yeah, and I think this game was just like, oh, the shutdown goes through last second. That's just padding the KD a little bit, but I think the major difference this game was Agency 6 and Rhymes just got caught in bot lane so many times that like it didn't even matter if Lemon Sap was doing good or if Super Skirt was able to get these like good Curse of the Sad Mummy onto like multiple members because there was just not enough damage coming from the Twitch. And I think that's the problem with Twitch to be picked in 5v5s in my opinion, because the champion kind of just tends to depend on this surprise effect where you just like come in invis and just like catch people off guard, get these like cheese kills onto himself and snowball. It's harder to do it, especially into a Senatom Kench lane, and it's hard to do when the enemy team is all in comms. All they have to say is, okay, Twitch is invis, and everyone just say saves, and Twitch doesn't really get much out of it. And I think it would be much better if they opted in for. I think in draft I wasn't sure if there was a Jinx ban, but I guess if Jinx is getting banned second phase, just pick it first phase and play around it. They were able to do it with Zeri. Why not this Jinx? It's much more reliable than Twitch. It's much more easier to execute than Twitch. And I think they wouldn't have run into the problem that they did this game if they went with something like, let's say, Jinx Lulu, that type of lane, or Jinx Nautilus if they want to pick like an engaged tank. So I think they just need to just change it out to draft a little bit. But I think we saw that from both teams that they have what it takes to just like win these games through these like either better team fighting or like better side laning. It's just I think the case of who has a better plan going into that specific game.
Of course, and we'll see. We'll have a little bit of time to see if they can do it in game number 3. All eyes on the side of TDS as they're looking to try and revamp for the game 3, put themselves on series point, and be able to steal away a march against the number 1 seed Coachless Tyranny. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the continuation of the series.
days. I'm stuck within these walls. I need a quick escape. You know where I can go. Take me to that place.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for game 3 as the teams have continued to battle back and forth. We are hot and heavy into this ban phase as the teams could not wait any longer. Once again, the score has been 1-1 with the series being tied up. However, game 2 looked a lot cleaner from the side of Coachless Tyranny as they are back on the blue side with TD Syndicate wanting that red.
Yeah, and we see the same bans come through. Yeah, sorry. And with like, we see, I think the only different ban that we see in this ban phase compared to the other one is the Tom Kench. TD Syndicate doesn't really want to give that one over. They know that at least right now, Coachless Tyranny can flex it between bot and top, so they don't want to deal with those flex picks again. But Coachless Tyranny is still going for the trundle. It can go for jungle, it can go for top, so we'll see how it ends up in this draft in a few minutes, but I think until now it's pretty similar to the previous ones.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a change up, of course. The Trundle going into that top side and might be helping out, but again, this Vigar on the red side has been the pick of the series, I might add, and it's been one that the teams have leaned on very, very heavily, which is quite surprising, especially in the blind pick scenarios. Just saying, all right, the mid laner doesn't have a way to deal with this, so we'll keep running it. We'll keep running it until we can't any longer. So that'll go ahead and be picked up. What do they pick up second, though? TD Syndicate do have the option of countering the Trundle. It looks like they'll try their best to do something of the sort. The Volibear coming out here.
Yeah, I like personal preference. I don't really like Volibear into Trundle because Trundle can like just trade into Volibear fairly easy, even in the early game, which is what makes Volibear strong. He can gank really good early on, but he still has that 1v1 potential if he comes across the enemy jungler. We finally see a more situation like optimal mid lane pickup with Victor against Veigar. Victor still can scale evenly almost with Veigar. He has really good power spikes, especially with his ability upgrades, and he just like doesn't, it's not really a melee into ranged matchup or like not something that you're limited to your ultimate such as Orianna. Victor is much more DPS heavy and can carry teamfights much better, and it's a better, I think it's the best answer that we've seen into Veigar in this series at least. But we've seen Veigar, how dominant Veigar has been. I think it's just really strong in the elo bracket that we see right now, even until like Diamond. I think Veigar is just a really strong pick.
I can agree with that one. However, what has been left open, it was banned away in game number 1. However, now in game 3, it has been left open. So it will be that Blitzcrank, something that can turn the tables even more so in the Vigar's favor. You go ahead, grab that Victor or the Jhin, and you're very, very happy. But now you got to ban away what you don't want to see. Blitzcrank does not enjoy pulling in a tank, so banning away that Leona, I wouldn't even be surprised to see I want to say an Alistar ban, but of course the Leona is a great ban nonetheless.
Yeah, I think they might actually just like go for a double support ban. I wouldn't mind an Alistar ban at this point. I think although Coachless Tyranny lost the first game, I think CT did a really good job of playing Alistar. He was able to like get some really cool combos off. I wouldn't mind like seeing another ban. They do send it towards the Gnar, which is another side lane favorite pick for this side of Coachless Tyranny. Downfall really likes the champion. We see the Jinx ban come through, and I don't know what TD Syndicate will go for to pair up with the Blitzcrank. I wouldn't mind the Tristana here. I think with when paired up with Blitzcrank against the immobile ADC like Jhin, it might work wonders. And they have Volibear for that early game pressure to keep up with that. They go with the Varus. This is interesting because Varus just got buffed just in this recent patch. So this is going to be my first time seeing it after the buffs, but the buffs from what I saw was pretty good. He gets more attack speed from his passive, plus a little bit more HP per HP damage from his W on hit damage.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a testament, and I've been curious as well. So we'll see if it is going to be that make or break deal. However, the Barom is going to be locked in, going to be able to block a lot of what's going on here. And honestly, I think it's still a pretty decent pickup into the Blitzcrank. So really, really liking that one. We'll see how well it holds up in that bot side, or if we do see that Jhin still get pulled through. still looking for a potential top or jungle being picked up here, as of course we did see the Trundle go towards that top side last time around. Might be matched once again. And it will be the Ornn instead. So Ornn in the top side. I don't think I've ever seen Ornn jungle, so we won't have to worry about that one. Trundle to the top lane, or Ornn to the top lane. Trundle in the jungle, and TD Syndicate to try and figure out what they want to play from here.
Yeah. Interesting fact, I've seen a bunch of Ornn jungles, but I do agree that it's going to be top. The good pickup here is that Ornn normally circles into Braum, so they have the Braum. There's no problems in there. Good pickup with Camille. Camille can actually bully Ornn even later on to the game where Ornn normally tends to outscale people. Camille has, with the Divine Sunder, does close to 1000 true damage per Q, so that just makes it so that Ornn can never really win those team fights. And I think overall team comp, I really like what Coachless Tyranny did. I think without the Ornn pickup, they would have had really not enough engage to get on top of Varus or Veigar. But with these pickups, they're going to have more CC, reliable CC, plus they have the Braum and Victor Gravity Shield to kind of peel the Jhin and pretty much the Victor mainly. So I think I like their team comp, but I also like what TD Syndicate is doing. They have a really good pick comp. They can get on top of the carries fairly easy as well. They have the Camille, they have the Blitzcrank, they have the Volibear. The Veigar Baby Cage we've seen has been really impactful throughout the series. So if I had to choose a side, I would choose over TD Syndicate just because of their early game power. And if this game goes to late game, they still outscale in the side lane and with Veigar. So it's going to be a really interesting match. It's going to come down to a lot of the execution and team fights.
We hope it will, and of course I'm very, very excited. Sultan, it sounds like you're excited as well. So I'm gonna have a great time watching this series, and of course seeing who comes out with the series lead. Keep in mind, this is a best of 5. This is not do or die right now. We're gonna have to wait and see who really is going to be in the lead after those one. Coachless Tyranny looked great in game 2, but TD Syndicate were able to take game 1. Let's go ahead, go to a short break. We'll get ready for the match to continue here in just a few.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's a knife for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you'll see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are peace. In the dead of night. Maybe when it's still die. You know it's an eye for eye. Maybe when it's real life. In the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk And one day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you will see I found my inner beast, and you watch it release.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, you're done. Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. Cause honestly, let's hold our breath, this is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me, you're young. 'Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me.
Welcome back, everyone. We are underway for game number 3, the game that will put one of these teams into series point and one step closer to becoming the champion. It all comes down to this game and then one more, or possibly a few more, as we do get to see the ward play go down as TDS have gone ahead and locked in one champion that they have not seen for a little bit over the course of 2 games. It is Rhymes' Blitzcrank. So that does change up the scope of this early invade scenario.
Yeah, and to be honest, invading into a Braum is still pretty ballsy. Thinking that the enemy team has a Trundle too, those are really strong level 1 champions. But Blitzcrank obviously can hook people from pretty far range. You just like in a 1v5 and you just least expect it. But they've been on vision when invading and even right now. So I don't know if they're gonna spend some time. No, they're just gonna leash their jungler. What a good bot lane. But I think when we look at the summoners or the runes, I think everything looks normal. Lemon Sap, again going for the Comet. I would like him to like just go for Predator and like kind of play with this Wallbear a little bit more. I think it's like it's a much better play style, especially with the Veigar right now, with how the champion is. But other than that, I think everything just looks really normal.
It feels normal, at least. That's something that we'd like to see. However, Sultan, we get to see some early funsies. Very early pull from Rhymes. Says hello to Raining Wolf's face, and we now know how this early game is gonna go.
Yeah, a lot of fighting. But I think we also saw like why Braum is good into Blitzcrank. Like when Braum just responds with the Q, you can just kind of just like auto attack the Blitzcrank and you can almost burst him down. The hook goes a little wide, but a lot of fighting in the top side too.
And I think this is because late, of course, you want to fight, yes. However, Downfall decided to go for that further corrupting pots. So this Ornn that is already well known as an early, I don't want to say duelist, but can duel, right? That's kind of the question. However, mid lane is actually where it's all going to be down at. This is going to be a nice little stun and rotate out. However, you're already low. I don't think you're going to have a good time because that's the flash and first blood. TDS go ahead and collect first blood, especially on the Lemon Sap.
Yeah, and really good. Just being able to understand your lane states from super square. Like normally most junglers would just probably just 3 camp into the other side of their camps, just take the red buff off. The burn was not enough. I think Downfall can just kill with a flash Q, but
I think so as well. However, Downfall didn't want to risk it, so I can definitely agree with that. However, you found yourself a much juicier target right now, especially because you know the flash is down. You get a knock up on the Pillar of Rocky. And that, it will be a take. That'll be a kill right back. Downfall and Rocky once again, just like in game number 1, ruling this top lane. However, that's a heavy dive. Rocky, you went a bit too far. And late is allowed to pick up a free kill.
yeah, really good play from Rocky, followed by a really questionable one. I think it's just you just let him go there. You like he hasn't burned any cooldowns from himself, and Camille, even when he's low HP, when you have these shields, as we see right now, the passive, it's hard to trade into her, but he just gets one shot by the Ornn. So
Pain is all it is. So Downfall says thank you very much. Now you're gonna get the recall off. However, it's super squared, doesn't check the right push, and unfortunately you're going to the bot side. It is already cleared out. Downfall, the real winner in the top lane so far, will go ahead and get a good recall off.
yeah, and I think Ornn is actually pretty good in the sense that when Camille auto attacks someone, it gets a shield based on how much I think AP or AD they have. But since Ornn has more AD right now, it was a AD shield, but his W actually does AP. So the shield didn't really matter for late, the fact that he was able to get it. And it just ends up as a solo kill, a really early one in that. For downfall, I think the only sad part here is that the fact that Rocky gave his solo kill, that was really not needed to over to late, and like late is not that far behind right now in lane.
Not too bad, and that is something that we'll have to keep track of. So, really wondering how this one's gonna play out. However, bot side, CLT say we spotted you, Bear. We know it's not hibernation season, so you're roaming around the map. So we'll make sure that you're not gonna get the way that you want. Downfall now level 6, as you can see. Lemon Sap also hitting level 6. And we're going to see the challenge once again. Super Square really maintaining a watchful eye through the mid and bot side.
Yeah, and I think the most important part here is that, at least for me, Late just spent a lot of his gold for two controllers that he doesn't really need. And I think this fight is favored for the Veigar. If Rocky gets too low, he would die, but Lemon Sap just walks into the gravity field and gets stunned. Nothing really comes out of it. But this might just mean the dragon? Are they gonna go for it? They're thinking. Yep, the dragon will be sorted up by TD.
Yep, they'll be really happy about that one. Nice little stop, nice little pickup. So we'll go ahead, pull that one out, give themselves a lead here. And so far, it's been red side. Whoever is on red side getting those dragons early, getting those stops early on, and really stacking up those buffs. However, last time, keep in mind, it was CLT that ran it very, very quickly. I believe they got all, they got 3, dropped 1, and then got 1 back. So it's a challenge either way. It'll be fun to watch. TDS, of course, picking up that Mountain Dragon very, very quickly, and watching as the Cloud Dragon will be next.
Yeah, and I think especially in these scenarios where both teams have scaling options in their teams, just getting the early 2 dragons kind of gives you the option to just give up the ones that you normally fight over in mid game. Just like farm it out, just knowing that the enemy team will not be close to the soul point. So I think the early dragons, I think both games, whoever took it had just much safer mid-game options compared to the other one, because the last thing you want to do is when you're behind, you're just like forced to fight these dragons. So we might see a flash Q.
Yes, we are going to see the flash Q, and that should mean an auto kill. The shield is up, but the ignite is still burning. Meanwhile, on the top side, Downfall was able to pick up a kill of their own, and that was a solo kill. So keep that in mind. That will be Downfall rocking out on this Ornn on the top side. That's 2-0-1. Bot side, though, an agent will be able to pick up a kill, and that will grant some leverage back the way of TDS.
Yeah, and I think it was a much needed kill from the bot side. Just thinking how horrible it's going for Late in the top side of this map. He will again suffer until he gets his Divine Sunder against this Ornn, and Ornn already finishing the Warden's Mail, almost making it impossible for Late to trade against him, especially in these early game like small trades that they're having, since Late's true damage is not really up par with Ornn's tankiness right now.
Favorable in the least, but currently CLT have been ruling. Even though the kills are even, you can see the CS discrepancy is also starting to pile up. As you were talking about, Downfall 63-34. Bot side, Raining Wolves has also secured a decent lead as well. That'll be about 15 CS difference, and yes, you lost a kill, but this kind of makes up for it, right? So it is a nice handle on things. The only place that they're not winning is, of course, in that mid lane and in the jungle, but Albedo is, of course, sending their best regards back. One more auto attack drops Agent C6 to a very low amount, and this now means Rhymes has to play defense. That's going to be a lot of damage laid down into the side of TDS, and because of that, CLT get free reign of the spot side.
Yeah, and Rhymes also burned his flash in the play that they tried to do against Albedo, which worked out. But now he doesn't have his flash, so I think staying in this lane will be really hard, especially while Jin and Braum is just like keep pushing the turrets down. Trundle's coming towards bot side, but Raining Bulls is low in mana. I think he just wants to take the reset. He doesn't have enough gold to finish out the Gale Force right now, but he's just really close. Although we see a fight top side.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little fight here, and I'm not sure if they want to continue, as that's a nice double knockup. A simple set of kills may come through, but it is going to be late, unfortunately. Got minion blocked very heavily, and Downfall was able to make it a 1-for-1. Kill credit does go Super Square's way, but they might pay their own life as well. Rocky coming in, doesn't get slowed up by the lightning, and is immediately going to get subjugated, flashed on, and bitten. That'll be the trades back. Tyranny still showing up fairly strong. All 5 kills currently congregating around the top and jungle.
Yeah, and it's just we see Downfall already finishing the Frostfire. No, Frozen Heart, and it just goes from hard to just harder, I guess you can call it, for late in the side lane. But Agent C6 almost dead.
Yeah, that's a scary spot to be in. Rhymes misses the hook though, and has a little bit of a takedown. That'll be the arrow to help secure. Agency 6 is going to challenge that one right back. Both supports losing their lives, and now on the top side, it's a heavier challenge indeed. The kills were what soothed that bot side, and showing off here with the Deadly Flourish. Really easy pickup there to finish it off. Top lane though was the challenge for CLT, being able to pick that one up. You take the kills on the bot side. The Jin got 2 in that. You trade it right back, but overall, in terms of gold and in terms of what has been granted, Tyranny still win out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes down to Downfall being able to just single-handedly dominate this matchup. This was the counterpick that Late opted in for, and it's just not have been working really well. Down 30 CS, down 2 kills. And these are not like all kills came. Oh, he's just so overextended.
He went a little bit too far, and a body block coming out here, but the Meteor will help finish it off. Now this is going to be a chance by Rocky, but Late with the cut through will go ahead and secure the 2-0. Meanwhile, TDS go ahead and continue their Dragon supremacy here in Game 3. And with that supremacy, yield some good gambling results. It'll be the Infernal to draw its head.
Yeah, and I think the biggest mistake, the most common mistake that we've seen from Coach's Tyranny has been like they've been getting these really good plays. Like I think Game 1 it was the Baron, and then they just overforce the fight. Here they take the first turret, and then they keep fighting. They lay down really low, but then they just keep going until they just lose out. And just because of this, TDS always have been like just be in the range where they can contest CLT in these small skirmishes.
It is the rougher part of things here. The skirmishes going either way, and so far, the main thing is what can you get after the skirmish, right? It's always about what else can you get besides the kills, besides the extra CS. You need a bit more. Right now, it's a little bit of a hook thrown. Rhymes trying to find Albedo, and honestly, that's one of the scarier brushes to try and clear out. Another ward being dropped, though, and that should signal out Rocky's life, and saying they know exactly where it is, meaning Downfall can actually challenge in this top side. Late getting brought right back to the fight. That'll be a little bit of a knock-up. The Horn, though, not getting as much value. The Bellow's Breath not landing as cleanly as you want. However, it's going to be a challenge back. And Late says, thank you very much, Super Square. I don't want any more to do with this battle.
Yeah, and I think it's just like we already see Late just not hard losing these streets. And once he finishes his Divine, it's going to be much easier. He's going to have much more sustain and more damage towards this Ornn. And he just needs to wait. I think he might even have it on this back right now. But it's just going to get easier for them. Well, for the time being, yep, he finishes the Divine. The laning should get easier, at least for now. And we see a solo kill. Although Super Square was around, he did die to Lemon Sap in a solo kill. And we just see Downfall still in the top lane. Late is not even moving up to contest the wave right now. With this current state of the game, it looks like TDS is just like slowly crawling back to the even game state that they were in maybe like 10 minutes ago. But like Lemon Sap just doing a really good job in this mid lane, making sure this Veigar pick that we've seen throughout this series making a huge impact still in game 3. We
I don't
see
think
the
it's
ball.
gonna stop either. Oh man, this is looking a little bit dicey. Here we go though, Super Square trying to go for that Rift Herald, and now it's gonna get dunked on. Yes, you bring out the Thunder Lord, but it shouldn't be too much more. The slows and the lasers will go ahead and finish it off. A nice little kill back into Chongmyung's pocket.
Yeah, and another just overextension, like just walking up too much from Super Square. When these scenarios, Trundle just punishes it really easy. The Subjugate comes through and just that Wally Break just turns into paper. Especially with the Divine build, you're already not as tanky as, let's say, if you have Chem Tank. But it's really easy, an easy pickup for this side of Coachless Tyrants. And we see Lemon Sap still in the bot lane. I think the most impressive thing that I've seen from Lemon Sap was the fact that he is consistently up close to like 30 CS on Chongmyung since game 1. Game 1 was I think like a Flame Horizon. Game 2 on Orianna against the Veigar, he was still farming much better to his counterpart. And game 3, it's just same scenario, and it's kind of just like keeping his team in this game right now.
And it helps a lot, right? Having a consistent mid laner and having a consistent player that can always find those leads means that even if the team is not doing well, you're going to be okay, right? It feels okay. You're never going to get too far out of hand. And it's a reliable fact, right? It feels good knowing that no matter what goes down, Lemon Sap should have a CS lead, should be able to farm up, should be able to get items, and that allows TDS to be like, okay, we can rely on the mid to late game, somewhat, of course. And if it gets too out of control, then yes, there's not much you can do about it. However, right now, it seems like it is going to be TDS that are getting aggressed on here. Well, more specifically, it's Late, who is trying to clear out the Rift Herald and is able to. So no charge going down here. And because of that, it does draw enough attention up to the top side. This will be Dragon handed over to CLT. And most importantly, it's the Infernal, right? This is going to be the damage buff that swings it back in CLT's favor, or at least they hope so.
Yeah, and I think the CLT has been doing a really good job of just
the brittle plus the extra damage from the arrow plus the passes, so much. You know, working their way up. The final shot, though, ringing true on Rhymes' back, who was walking away with about 100 HP. And that means CLT now feeling so much better just to chase down. Lemon Sap having to run away from that tower, and that was a TP used. Late loses that TP. I'm not even sure what you were going to do there. And that's going to be a summoner spell and a death as well as a tower. CLT gets so much right there.
Yeah, I think he just misclicked to a turret. Maybe he was going to TP to a minion. They could have kept fighting. Lemon Sap still had his ultimate up, but I don't think much would have come out of it either way, even if the TP was able to come through. It's just like a wasted summoner spell, and Downfall is coming from the flank. I think Late should be able to take down the turret if he decides to.
I mean, if you do decide to, it's going to be a rough one because Downfall says, nope, you don't get to fully do it. The chase is going to come through, and Late should be able to finish it off, or get finished off at least. Downfall will go ahead and take that one. Chongmyung had no way to fall through, so the flash was going to be utilized as well. Rhymes going to try and walk upwards, and this Blitzcrank from the early game has not had as much of an advance as you would have liked. However, now you had the perfect one as you do grab the flash out of Albedo. More chunks going in, though, as they do want to try and catch. Another arrow flies true, and that'll be Super Square taking it home. It'll be a trade for the support's life, though, and I'm not sure he's real happy about that. Another little cage being set down here to try and body block for the rest of TDS to get away. But Rhymes doesn't get too far. Neither does the Varus. And Lemon Sap running away on the wrong side of the map lends itself to the fact that CLT make a massive swing back, and just like that, the gold explodes to about 3k or more. Chongmyung can't walk up, though. No matter what, no matter what goes on, you cannot challenge the most fed member on the side of TDS.
Yeah, and it was just like a really, yeah, again, another overextension coming from TDS, just going that deep, almost between tier 1 and tier 2 turrets of CLT. It didn't look like a bad fight, but again, you're still down 4k gold. The enemy Ornn has the TP, and your own Camille just TP'd to a dead turret like 2 minutes ago, so you can respond to that with the same thing. And I think late was dead either way, so it wouldn't have mattered. But it was just like a really big overextension. Good, just good realization from Downfall to just like react with the TP and finding Agent and just making sure he's not having an easy game. But Chungmir gifts Slum Sap another kill. They should just we come back into a pause, but like Lemon Sap right now, he's almost in a position where he can almost 1v9. His team just needs to play around his cooldowns a little bit better. But if they can manage to do that, I don't think like TDS is out of this game right now.
I would hard agree with that one. Yeah, you can 1v9, especially because of the itemization that's being built, right? Downfall is going for a lot of armor, saying at this point, I'm not going to challenge Lemon Sap. I'm going to challenge a lot of the hard DPS coming out here. Rocky also going for that pseudo HP build. And for that reason, I agree. This is going to be something that I think CLT really need to understand is they're going to have to deal with this Vigar one way or another. And TDS on the other side are like, yeah, if we just play around the Vigar, it's going to be fine. The problem is their composition doesn't really have the components necessary to play a protect the Vigar comp, right? You're taking a look down the line. You have a Camille, you have a Volibear, and you have a Blitzcrank. None of these champions really like defending, right? They don't really have any shields to give over. They don't really have anything of the sort. They just have go in. So at this point, it's the idea that TDS are saying the best way to protect Lemon Sap is to pray that CLT decide to go for our all-in engagers instead of falling back to their own backline.
Yeah. I think it's more a case of rather than peeling for Lemon Sap, just playing around his cooldowns more. Because like right now, without Lemon Sap, I doubt they can do anything unless it's like a 1v3, 1v4 situation. So in an actual team fight, they have to play on the baby cage, they have to play on Lemon Sap's cooldowns. If he has ultimate, they can almost kill anyone. But in a position where Lemon Sap is not available for the team fight, they just can't afford to go for it. But again, we talked about like how Blitzcrank hasn't been the most effective support in the game until now, but it's still Blitzcrank. Like late game, one hook, you land onto the enemy Jhin, onto this Victor, it might just end the game right there and there.
One hook is all it takes, but another way to look at it is also one event horizon could do the job. You can see it, how quickly Downfall got chunked out. You have completed 2 items on your own, yes, but you still have almost no MR. Merc treads are not going to be enough to save you. That is an unfortunate scenario for Agent to actually walk into. That'll be the finisher, with Reigning Wolves taking that one home. So 1-1 across the board for the team. Teams are still stalled out. 14-13 in terms of kill scored. 21-45 on the clock. So plenty to think about. Baron on the table. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And another fight on the bot side as Rocky this time wants a piece of late. Brutal little beatdown going in as the subjugation comes out, but late says, you ain't getting more than that, and that's an ultimate burn from Rocky's pocket. What in the world is still happening, though? We are still getting a little bit of a bloodbath. I thought, hey, we weren't going to have too much left, and that is an unfortunate sight to see. Super Square DC'd in the middle of the battle, and that leaves Late to be on their own. Late is going to be the sacrificial lamb here in the current setup. What an unfortunate scenario.
I'm not sure if this is allowed. Yeah, like most leagues don't allow to be for a pause during a team fight. I don't know if there's going to be something for this, but it's probably going to happen after the game. But Late is more than likely going to die here. it didn't look bad with the baby cage coming down, but I think Late just got a little over ambitious and jumping on to Chug Myung and Raining Wolves when he's not really that strong. And Raining Wolves is like I think 6-1 right now, sitting on his sixth kill just off Agent C6 like a minute ago, and he is just super strong. He has Gale Force, he has a Collector, and Agent C6 I think right now sitting on a Kraken Slayer. This fight was doomed, and Late just took it either way. It, um, yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about this. I said they shouldn't fight without Veigar's cooldowns, and Veigar's ultimate is still on cooldown. So I think even in a possible scenario where they can get on top of Running Wolves, they might have not had enough damage. And another thing about the series overall, at least like for this match, I haven't seen them use the Versal too much. Like it is a really good pick tool that they can go for, and Braum Shield doesn't even stop, I think, because it just like splits after Bomb Shield is over, so he can like jump off the other teammates that the ulted person is close to. So I think they should just look for more picks with these Versals.
I mean,
But
they can
he's-
try, but you can't do it when you're dead. Sultan, we got to talk about this right now. I don't do this very often, but your caster cursing has gotten a little bit out of control here. This is about the fourth or fifth time. We got to talk about this, right? You only get 1 or 2 per series. You're pulling out all the stops. You're getting 1 or 2 per game. But it's true. Agent C6 has not had the opportunity to ult. Now, we saw maybe 1 or 2 in the early game when you hit level 6. Since then, nothing. And this might be a reason why. Once again, Agent C6 currently down for the 5th time this game.
Yeah, and I think it's been just like a something that's been happening since game 2, where even on Twitch he's been, oh my god.
What a brutal hit. And Lemon Snap, of course, saying, yep, we'll take that one, and I will see you later. And remember, that was Albedo, a tanky member. Yes, it's a support. Yes, that's only all you get to talk about. However, that hook does go a bit wide. The damage is going to come back. Now we get to see the Chains of Corruption coming out. Does slow everyone down. However, Agent C6 is going to try and burn that heal and keep away. CLT going to get run down. Laser in the back line. This might be the chance. CLT fighting back. Look at this team fight effect. And that is Rocky saying, get out of my house. A fight that was looking like GDS were going to be able to come out on top was overrun by the members they held. CLT take 4. And are able to take the Baron to boot.
Yeah, and I don't know, that fight was really scuffed because I think Late just seconds before this fight TP to bot lane to take the tier 1 turret, and for them to go for this, Blitzcrank Hook goes far and wide as it's been most of this series. I think that was a really good damage coming from Agent C6 on top of Raining Wolves, but again, Lehman Sap just burned his ultimate like maybe a half a minute ago on top for Albedo, so they didn't have access to that utility, and like when Veigar is not doing the damage to kill people, no one else will, especially in a position where Late is in the side lane split pushing.
So much, but that's a problem that the team has to sort out on the double now. TDS taking a look here. Yes, they were able to break down the bot side tower and even things up slightly. Now it's 2 towers to 3. But you still have to keep eyes. Dragon will be up in 2.5 minutes. Last time it was there, it was all CLT as we get yet another pause. Teams trying to figure out everything and make sure no other problems arise, as again, this is the grand finals of the Elemental League here. The Silver Division is bringing with it a lot of fun.
Yeah, and although both teams are already secured their spots in Worlds, you always want to just close out the season with the championship. And I think CLT, I think out of the 3 games that we've seen, like we're seeing currently, I think they've been at least playing with a much better plan. TD, especially their bot lane, has been looking lost for the last 2 games. I think they need to like kind of pick it up a little bit if they want to come back to this game and the next 2 games possibly, if we see. a 2-2 scenario if TD or CLT win one more game. So, but at the same time, while I was talking about that, we see the Ornn upgrades coming through. We see the upgraded Leandries on Victor, and from now on, this gold lead, just add 1k gold for the amount of Ornn items there are in the game. And we see, oh,
I think it's about 1 to 1.2, I think, depending on what the item is that you upgrade, right? There's always some questions about what the exact gold value is. Either way, all that matters is the fact that with the Ornn, you're already starting to upgrade even further, right? Level 14, still keeping level with the rest of the squad, and that's very, very important, right? As anyone that plays against an Ornn, your main goal is to try and keep that Ornn down as much as possible. The fact that he has been allowed to stay even with the mid laner, the jungler, and the ADC spells a little bit of a rough patch for TDS. They've already allowed this Ornn to upgrade someone else's item, which is that Leandries in that mid lane. So gonna be a huge question. However, bot side, we do hear the Rams call. It's gonna be a nice knock up, and over the wall they go. Lemon Sap was not expecting that level of aggression. And CLT say thank you very much. Raining Wolves, though, is gonna get destroyed on the back end of the fight. However, remember what we said all the way back at the beginning. It doesn't matter that you got the kill, it's what can you get out of that kill.
yeah, and with the Baron buff, they're probably going to lose their inhib turret and the inhib more than likely. Well, we also see that you can be a fed ADC as much as you want. You're still, oh, it's so close.
You're so close, but it's not close enough. And now the laser's going to come out. Shong Myung is able to finish that one off for a killing spree. And Late still is not moving from that top lane. At this point, you should have him back with the rest of your team 30 seconds ago. You lose the tower, you lose 3 team members, and you lose the inhibitor to boot. That should, of course, be the dragon coming up next. And just like that, TDS went from staying somewhat even to absolutely falling behind.
Yeah, and they lose the bot lane inhib. The Coachless unit will get to the soul point with this dragon, and Varus is nowhere close to the spike that he wants to hit. He needs still probably 2 more items. On the other hand, Raining Wolves still on finished 3 items and still has the pickaxe to play with, I think. Yep. So he's just in a much better spot. Light going on him again.
This is brutal. Raining Wolves has been picked on multiple times, and I think for good reason, and we're finally seeing TDS kind of do what they were hoping to do, right? Be able to section out at least 1 member, get those kills. The problem is, again, all you're getting back is gold. You need a bit more than that. You need to start finding a few of these towers, finding a few of these other opportunities without losing anything on the back end. You can see here, Albedo getting caught out a little bit by Super Square, and a challenge coming in now as it's going to be another knockup, but Downfall doesn't really want to do much more here. Again, TDS still looking for those picks. That's great. Do it when the waves are in your favor.
And I'm pretty sure Rocky can. He's almost as strong as a top laner in the side lane right now. He's sitting on the 6 kills, 400 gold shutdown. Especially after the fight around that Baron pit, I think he's just much stronger than his counterpart, Super Square. I think I just don't like the Divine Thunder build on Wolbear right now, because most of the times you're not picking Wolbear to be your carry. You don't expect him to do a lot of damage. You want him to be able to get the picks as fast as possible, as easy as possible, and just be a front line for your carries. And Divine Thunder doesn't really give that much for those kind of playstyles.
I can agree with that, so we'll have to wait and see if they can continue. However, Raining Wolves getting a bit of revenge now. Maybe not on to Late, but on a member, so Agency 6 is going to fall thanks to that final shot of the curtain call. Rocky on the top side, though, is one that can challenge, can try and duel back. However, Late says, I brought help. I brought a lovely, lovely friend. And that should be enough. However, look how long Rocky stayed alive for, and in that time, that'll let the tower push as well. Even though they got the kill, it definitely feels like TDS lost out, because that's the finishing blow. Raining Wolves is now able to take a another kill, puts them on 9, 3, and 4. You break the tower and most likely the inhibitor as well, as Rhymes really doesn't want to be right there. Everyone is chased away. Late is going to try and sacrifice themselves for the rest of the team. And is going to try and play spoiler, dancing in front of them like a very annoying fly. Tower does fall. Nexus tower fell to the advances of the super minions, though. And this feels like a last-ditch effort. CLT still barreling down in the face of the enemy base. TDS losing members every so often, meaning their deaths are shattered. Their deaths are waylaid on the side, so you can see at any one time they're only having 1 or 2 members alive. And this is the problem. CLT smell blood in the waters. They say, hey, we want to finish this right here, right now, with the 4 that we have. But they can almost get it. There we go. Now in they go. Rhymes is going to go ahead and use that ultimate try and shatter everyone's souls, and they do catch one. Down goes Chung Myung. The rest of the team now scattering to the hills, and it looks like Raining Wolves is going to try and fire right back. Hook goes wide, and that means a kill. 1 reset is made. Can you get another? Raining Wolves is going to eat the arrow to the back, but guess who's coming in? Rocky says, get off my ADC. The damage is fully completed, though. The base is left in tatters, and CLT wipe their brows and say, that was a fantastic job done.
Yeah, and although TDS was able to like take down Chungmyung, Downfall, and Albedo in the end, it doesn't really matter. You lost your bot inhib, you lost all of your Nexus turrets, you lost your mid inhib. It's going to be really hard to challenge this Baron if CLT goes for it, and like this fight was just overextension from CLT. They were low on mana, low on HP, low on everything, and it just TDS picks up a few kills, but I don't think it will matter in the grand scheme of things. I still think CLT shouldn't really have a problem to close this one out. They should just look for this Baron, or for the Infernal Soul coming in 30 seconds. It should be a really easy pickup again. Light face checking, and more than likely just dead.
Yep. You flash and you're dead. No matter what, and that actually, what's funny is that gives a level 16 to both Rocky and Raining Wolves just in time for this dragon. It should be CLT's Tyranny just completely taking it after those first 2 dragons, and that's a huge win. Infernal Soul plus 4 stacks of Infernal Drake. That is one of the worst case scenarios you can have in any game.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem here was the fact that they picked Camille to counter this Ornn, but then even without the jungle help, like Downfall was able to solo kill Late, even after Rocky kind of trolling with the first death. Like he basically inted into Late that first kill that Late was able to get, but it didn't matter. Downfall still beat Late in lane, killed him solo twice, I think, if I'm not wrong, and from that lead, if you lose your early game to an Ornn, it just makes it much easier. Yes, you can outscale the Ornn itself, but Ornn will make sure his teammates are getting stronger too.
Oh.
And Late.
Jeez, Late is already gone, and the burn is enough. That's going to be a challenge back, as Agent C6 cannot do a single thing. And remember, this is on-hit Varus. This is on-hit Varus. You're supposed to get close, but you're not allowed to. It's a quadra kill for Raining Wolves. Agent C6 does not want to give this over. Don't give the Penta. Yes, you do. You give it. Agent C6, good guy enemy, gives the Penta to Raining Wolves in game number 3. Coachless Tyranny storming away to a game 3 victory. We are into 2-1 scenario, and CLT 1 game away from series win.
Yeah, what a better way to end your game after going 16-3, getting a pentakill. Raining Wolves just popping off on the Gen pick in this game 3, and Agent C6 just at least using his flash for something useful this time for the enemy team. I think in general, I think after the game 1, he looked really good. He basically like carried the last 2 fights in game 1, but game 2 and 3, he's been getting caught a lot. And I think they've been going for these picks that are not really what they normally play. Like, I think Varus is a really strong pick, but you can't draft an ADC that is immobile when you need them to be in the like actively moving and hitting these targets like Ornn or Trundle that are fairly tanky. I think, as I said, if they tend to go for maybe like an early Jinx pick, that I think they do play it. So that will be much easier. Jinx is easier to utilize as a team, and when you have when they're drafting these picks like Veigar, I think that it just creates enough space for Jinx to kind of kite around and play um around the kit that Jinx has, finishing a few items and then popping off in team fights with resets. I think it would be a really good champion for Agency 6 to pull it off. And yeah, I think they just need to like get they need to get stop getting picked in the side lane. I think late has been the main character when it comes down to getting picked. Especially Rocky has been doing a really good job of keeping him in check in the side lane and making sure downfall, even with the jungle pressure that late receives from Super Square, Rocky has been keeping them in check and making sure downfall is not going behind in these games. And I just feel bad for Lemon Sap at this point. This guy has been just like putting up a lot of damage, did the most damage in this game at that, and it's just not enough.
That is going to be the challenge. Lemon Sap hoping to try and carry him and hopefully trying to tie things up. We'll have to wait and see if the side of TD Syndicate are able to bring it back and push us to a game 5, or if we're going to see this all over in game 4. Don't go anywhere. Elemental League will be right back with another game of the Grand Finals here.
Girl, tonight. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
Up all night by myself, trying to think of ways to you. Your voice stuck in my brain, we never got to see it through. And I know I feel more pain if we're speaking truth. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when Will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I
And we are back ready to go with what could potentially be the final game of this series. Currently, TD Syndicate trailing by 1 here, but back on their own favorable side. You can see it here. They are currently on that blue side. Coachless Tyranny, of course, taking that red. And we'll see what they can play out here. Again, Vigar has been one of the main priority picks so far between these two teams. So far, I don't see it in the bans.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if TD Syndicate went for a B1 of Vagar. We've already been seeing it being blind picked, and I don't think the prio pick for blue pick is just like not really there for any teams. Like Trundle, yes, it worked out, but I don't think it's that prior. Like it doesn't need to be priority pick. I think Vagar has been working really good for TD Syndicate. Although they lost last game, I think like we saw Lemon Sap doing the top damage in the game. So obviously it was not a problem, and we see it come through. Yes.
It is back in the hands of at least one of these mid laners. That's what it is, and you can see it here right now, right? Taking a look at how this game has kind of broken down, it's been the Vigar over and over again, and these teams do not have an answer for it, which is quite surprising. They're actually going back to the one that has worked the best so far, right? The Victor. However, guess what else is open, Sultan? Guess what else is open?
No one listened to me. I guess they were watching the end game stream notes. So I think Jinx is much better pick here compared to Varus and Twitch. They paired up with Nautilus too, which I like it. It gives more engage tools. It's much safer than Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is like you land the hook, but that you're kind of it. You don't really do anything else. Nautilus, on the other hand, his ultimate is much better. You can use it much better. And Coachless Tyranny go for the Twitch pick, and I can't say that I like it, especially into a Nautilus. It would be hard, and I would expect TD Syndicate to ban out champions like Lulu or possibly like other enchanters that Twitch can go well with. I don't think Yumi would be a problem, but Lulu might make it hard for Nautilus or even the Vagar to be able to kill this Twitch. And we're seeing the Shen and Amumu bans come through with, and the answer from TD Syndicate being Gnar and Ornn. I don't think we've got to see Gnar this series, but Ornn last game was really on point from Downfall. Although TD Syndicate was able to counterpick it, it didn't really work out in their favor.
Yeah, it's gonna be a challenge once more, right? It feels like as soon as a team kind of picks Vigar, the other team goes into a hyper, how do we fix this mode? And this is what they decided, right? Going back to that champion that didn't exactly spell a victory screen, and now even a follow-up here. TD Syndicate going all in on the all-in. You see the Malphite being locked in. It's gonna be the challenger to whatever Coachless Tyranny have to throw at them. And most likely that is going to be the Trundle top, right? This is something that we have seen before multiple times, and it's something that the teams do like to try and play. However, for Coachless Tyranny, it is that difference here in TD Syndicate. What a change-up. The Highlander, Master Yi coming to play.
Okay, so as a Master Yi connoisseur myself, I don't think this game is good at all. You're into Trundle, who just kind of like just beats you early on if they try to send Trundle into jungle. No, they're sending it top, which is again fair. I don't like Hecarim into Master Yi matchup, but Leona alone counters Master Yi pretty hard, locks him down and doesn't let him get through the damage. But I think the reason why Master Yi is good here is that if they try to focus down Master Yi with their CC, now there's still Vagar and Jinx that can still dish out that damage. So Master Yi is not the worst pick. It can be used as like a bait for the enemy team to use their utility and cooldowns on, while you just kind of win the team fight on the other side with Malphite, Vigar, and Jinx. I really like the comp coming from TD Syndicate, On the other hand, Coachless Tyranny, they do have the side lane pressure. Hecarim did get buffed this patch. It's been getting constant nerfs, patch after patch, and finally they kind of felt like they overdid it and gave back some of his clear power to his Q. So he's in a little bit of a better spot than he was. But I like what TD Syndicate is doing there. They're going for a much more proactive team comp. Last time they didn't have a lot to engage other than the Blitzcrank hook. Volibear tends to just like run at people. Same with Camille. Unless you get a flank, it's not really a good engage tool. This game, they again have the Veigar, but instead of the Blitzcrank and the Camille, they have the Malphite and Nautilus, which are much better engage tools. And they have three basically 1v9 possibility champions in mid, bot, and jungle.
So many options and so many chances, but TD Syndicate laying all their hopes down on some of the highest priority picks we've seen in some time. Of course, this is what they have given themselves, and it's up to Coachless Tyranny to try and block that out and continue their way to a victory. The EDL Grand Finals will be continuing here after just a bit as we wait for the teams to go ahead and load into the game. So please do not go anywhere. We will be right back to give you, hopefully, a spectacular show.
I just don't know. Looking back at our time, hoping that we did it right. And give me any reason to call you up late at night. And we know it's for the best, I won't put up a fight. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Cause when the daylight comes, I still lose. So will I feel it again? I just don't know. And I'm hoping I'll find a way to let go. So if you love me, how could you leave me so low? So will I feel it again? I just don't know. I just don't know. You don't like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Wanna rub me up, I'm holding back. Tryna get me framed, throw me in cuffs. Said I attacked you, that's just a false truth. No need to argue, and yeah, I've had enough. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone. I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, there's more to me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. I find you there. I'm so scared to leave my house, so I cannot run free from this. Always being watched by you, and that's so inconsiderate. My privacy, does that exist? Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, cause lights and cameras are in it. Trying to find a silver lining. All I wanna do is avoid the violence. But you're here again, I'm losing it. There's no more screaming in silence. Get out my face, turn off the flash. I hate the fame, no more of that. Leave me alone, or I'll collapse. I need a break, don't feel the crack. You follow me, anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. There's more to me, everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. Yeah, yeah. You follow me, anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, there's more to me, but anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. I find you there.
Midnight, let's spark a light and see where it leads. Just you and me, hiding behind the curtain. A world so uncertain. Come and see where this leads. The circus. Sure do like to share your opinions, talking big like somebody's listening. Nobody's listening.
And we're back. This could be it. And what a draft we have. Final pick of the entire draft was the one, the only Master Yi on Super Square, who honestly, with a little bit of a diverse champion pool, going from the Amumu to Master Yi, I feel is one of the more, I want to say, crazier swap ups. It's so outside of the wheelhouse of an Amumu that I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah. Well, it was a little transition, right? It went from a Mumu to a little bit Bear, and then like just finishing up as Master Yi. The interesting thing here is that he went for the Ignite, which I'm kind of scared for him because Master Yi alone already suffers from being really vulnerable to CC and not having flash against a Leona, Victor, and Hecarim. It's going to make it really hard. Even the pillar coming from the Trundle will make his life hell. Like from a personal opinion, who plays Master Yi a decent bit. And another thing I want to kind of touch up on is this call start from Twitch again. We saw Agent C6 try to go for this. It took him 20 minutes to finish the call. Hopefully for Raining Wolves it's gonna be much less. But for the laning, we see a cheese setup coming from Rhymes and Agent C6.
And the worst part as well is that Leona's nowhere close, and you are gonna eat so much damage. You could look for a little bit more, but you can't turn it around just yet. However, Agent C6 and Rhymes got exactly what they wanted. They burned the potion early, and you force the fact that Raining Wolves is no longer allowed to step up for CS. Yes, it might not be a single target anymore, but it still means the world in a bot lane that wants to hit level 2 fast.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, I think both Albedo and Raining Wolves missed the EXP from the first 3 minions, so that's also gonna end up as just more pressure being lost from Coachless Tyranny's bot lane really early on into the game, and we see Rocky already moving towards the jungle of Master Yi. I don't know if he wants to do this.
I don't think he does either, and it looks like just a ward's going to be dropped here, and it's going to be a nice little setup. Once again, just matching and ensuring you know where Super Square is, who, honestly, between the two junglers, has had a little bit better execution on the early game ganks. You don't want to let that Master Yi anywhere close to any of these dangerous lanes, so I do appreciate that ward down. Either way, Rocky did spend a few seconds doing that, meaning the clear is going to be a little bit slower as well. I'm going to have to be a little bit questioned about that one. And considering Super Square started on the top side of the map, ganks are going to be wholly different.
Yeah. To be honest, little is I would say a little understatement. It's 3:20 and he's just on his Raptors. He's almost a minute late for his clear. I don't think getting that ward down just means a lot. Your bot lane is already pushed under their no turret. I like yes, like maybe they were scared of a dive, but I just wouldn't think they would go for it. And Rocky looking for an early gank, but Lemon Sap shouldn't be walking up too much.
Well,
Good flash.
we are going to see Lemon Sap enjoy that gank mid lane. Has to burn the flash early, of course, just to stay alive. And because of that, now we get a chance to look at the bot lane as well. A little bit of a dance and a little bit of a tango as Albedo this time around able to protect the Twitch a little bit better, I'd say. And so it feels a bit better in terms of the CS team department. Super Square, though, getting an entourage to go ahead and head into a jungle side that has no camps to steal away.
Yeah, maybe he can look for the Gromp. It's about to come up, but he is just. It looks like he's just gonna take a reset. He has his own camps coming up in the top side. And we see Downfall also trying to push the wave in the top side with no mana. So if he tries to stick around longer, they might look for a gank, and it would be really bad for the side of CLT to give the first blood over to a Master Yi. Yep, Downfall goes for the River Ward just for that a little bit extra safety, making sure he's not dying to a Master Yi anytime soon. I would assume Super Square to like kind of just power farm until 6, because until he gets level 6, these slows will hurt him a lot, especially the pillar or the gravity field. When you have your ult up as a Master Yi, you're not going to be getting slowed by the gravity field, so it's much harder for you to get stunned by it. But he's already up in tempo, at least as long as the jungle clear goes. He's up 2 camps, close to 3. And Rocky, again, maybe looking for a possible dragon.
Might be looking for it, but doesn't want to commit. And of course, that is the appropriate response. You go for Dragon if it's Warden. Super Square is going to be there to answer, right? So, appropriate response, not to go for it just yet. Just trying to check it and make sure everything's okay. Myung and Downfall both hitting level 6 now. That should give him leniency in their own lanes here, and that is very, very appropriate. Late, of course, hitting the same. So, be very, very careful of those TP scenarios. You don't want to be caught in that unstoppable force. It would be terrifying, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think they're keeping the wave in a decently safe spot. Jinx, although is down a few CS, they have the more stacked minion wave coming towards them. He's probably going to end up as being up 3-4 CS up compared to Raining Wolves. Raining Wolves do end up resetting for Nooncover. I would assume Agent C6 to finish his own when he goes for the reset. Topside, we see late going down a few CS, but it's kind of expected in this matchup where Trundle just tends to bully the tank. But rest of the map seems fairly TDS favored for the time being.
Ooh, and we're going to see the first fight here in the jungle, and it's on the fact that TDS got caught out and read like a book. First kill goes the way of Raining Wolves, this champion. This champion that we saw falter back in game number 2 is now going to be yielded a solid early game start.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, not having your flash. It really sucks as a Master Yi, because in these situations, especially against Leona, you get stunned if you don't dodge the initial engage. You're just gonna get CC locked and die, and he just can't even respond with anything there. Jinx still doesn't have the reset, so it was really hard for his bot lane to even help him fight that skirmish. So it just ends up as Raining Wolves getting a first blood, and he's going to be able to get this whole wave. So he's going to be up in CS2, and it is not a good early game start from TDS for now.
It is not what is working in their favor. I want to say the only thing is the very slight CS lead they have in the bot side. Agent C6 has been allowed to keep in farm status, and when they get back to the bot lane, they should be able to collect up on that CS, and the Jinx should be scaling nicely. The problem, again, is you can see the heavy investment into those potions, saying we really do need those, and either that or those are still the 3 potions from before, which could still be there, of course. But just again, multiple consumables being bought that I'm not sure if it was really, really worth it. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them in the butt. Instead, though, we are going to see Myung get a little bit of help from that caster minion. Caster minion's OP, blocking out on that hook and going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Agent C6 now stuck under tower and not really going to be able to fight this one up. Over the wall they go, though. Back in mid lane, it's going to be the second charge. Really easy pickup, as Late is going to flash over the wall. Super Square takes 2 tower shots and immediately goes into the heal. Thankfully, for that resistance buildup, you're allowed to live with less than 100 HP left. But my gosh, you got the kill, and yet you wanted a bit more. Could have been a bit dicey.
Yeah, the meditation barely saved them, but they took that kill, but they're losing a lot in the top side. This Trundle is biting through this turret. Almost 3 plates, 2.5 for now. And he also sacrificed a decent amount of minions too. It's a good pickup for Lemon Sap, but they give up a decent amount in return. Now they're putting down the Rift Herald, but I'm not sure if this is the optimal use that you want to see out of it. I don't even think Lemon Sap got any gold out of it, so it just ended up as 2 plates being sent over to Super Square. Decent gold funnel. I like it, Mastery is someone that you want to gold on, but I think it could have been used better if they just like held on to it just a little while longer.
Yeah, that is something that you would like to see. However, just dropping it and getting some value out of it never hurts either. So at least you do get a charge off. At least you do get one charge. And they'll try and play off of that fact. Like you said, it goes into Super Square's pocket, who has yet to really make an impact in the game. 0-1-1 has not had a whole lot of fun and is still trying to build it. It looks like I want to say that builds into the Immortal Shield though. Kraken Slayer? Is that
Yeah.
Kraken? Is pickaxe Kraken? Yes, it is. I am
Yeah.
dumb. So yeah, Kraken Slayer going in. I am still very scared of that build as well because that means that this Master Yi is gonna be all or nothing.
Yeah. To be honest, there was a build that I've seen with Master Yi that some people do, which in a situation where you go Blade of the Rune King, you go with Sand, you get that stance, and then the fourth item you as your mythic you get a tank item, such as Sunfire Aegis. It works decently well because like it's really Master Yi stacks that Sunfire Aegis stacks really fast, and then as response the mythic passive from that item is tenacity, so it helps with the CC log from the enemy team. But the Kraken Slayer, it's much higher damage build, but I feel like the early game is just not as well as it work.
Jeez, and you can see it there. That was a fight and a half on the bot side. Really, really well prepped from the side of. Well, I was gonna say it was really, really well fought. Unfortunately, Raining Wolves made it a little less so, but they still pick up the 2 kills. Raining Wolf did walk in and just kind of let themselves die. It's still a good fight, though. Really, really well done to counter the gank. And now in the mid lane as well, Chong Myung getting the better of Lemon Sap, who, remember, Chong Myung has been on the lower end of the battles. This time around, allowed to kind of win out and eke out, even in CS for the first time.
Yeah, and I think it was mainly off the fact like he would have been ahead even more if it wasn't for the Malphite dive that he received like 5 minutes ago. But again, he like for Vagar to get that lead late just gave up a lot in his own lane, and VC Downfall going for the Divine Sunder first item instead of what we saw from late. It was the Hullbreaker first, which Divine just makes him much stronger in the side lane. Hullbreaker received a system change. I think it is much less effective if you go for it as a first item, but it's stronger later on. And we see the Master Yi go in, but
Yeah, you're not gonna come out with the kill at all. Yes, you will. The burn does come through, but quite a bit expended there. So you're getting caught out in multiple forms, and now even on the bot side, we're seeing Agent C6 getting run out. So the ADC duel is going into Raining Wolf's favor, and in that mid in around Dragon fight, it's going to continuously go the way of CLT, who now, for the second time in the series, get to be dealt an Infernal Soul. And what a world they are living in. That is something that, again, it feels like CLT are just drawing up all the favorable cards.
yeah, and like I'm not even gonna lie. I think I would have liked it even more if this Mastery was running like Cleanse instead of Ignite here. It just Ignite just doesn't really give much to him as like a summoner spell. You already outscale, but oh, good response.
It is a good response. However, late is going to take a lot of pain. And whenever you do see that Malphite in the mid, it means that on the top side, Downfall has been allowed to scale up a little bit more. You can see the item differential currently built into their pocket. And that might come into play later on in this game. So yes, Rocky is going to go down 1, 1, and 3. But you still get the tower. What is it? With these teleports, Late has unfortunately done that twice now. And now we're going to see another brutal battle. Thankfully, Super Square is allowed to get away thanks to the minions, but Late with these teleports has been a feature in the game for far too long now. You can't be teleporting to dead towers.
Is he just like not paying attention at this point? Because like I was just thinking at first it was like maybe he misclicked, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was a misclick. But like when you do it like for the second time, it's just like okay, it's been a while since they changed if you don't, if your TP gets cancelled, you get the 50% of it back. It's been a while since they changed it, so a little unfortunate, but yeah, it's just going bad to worse for late in the top lane. He already lost his turret, and just like that, he wasted his TP on that gone turret too. And we see in the side lane, this time Chung Myung crashing that wave, just those EXP and gold is just going to waste for the side of TDS right now. I guess Rhymes can pick some up, but you really don't want it to be on your support.
It definitely hurts there. It definitely hurts that the fact that all this glory has been kind of put to the top side. But you can take a look here. Late is going to go ahead and dance inside of the brush. They know that Downfall is wanting to play inside. However, with them chasing back out, it looks like it's going to be okay. Lemon Sap is sitting on a ward.
Oh?
However, all 5 members are here in the mid lane. You do have the charge, and you go ahead and pull it off. You got 1 kill, but it was worthwhile. Shutdown goes the way of Lemon Sap.
I think that was a blind ultimate. I don't think they had vision on the Raining Wolves. Good ultimates coming from late. Yes, he's been giving up a lot in the top side, but this has been the 3rd kill that he was able to get onto the Lemon Sap. And we saw this guy is a monster on Veigar, and he is able to use his gold really effectively, and now they catch up Downfall. The kill goes to the infamous
Super
Master Yi.
Yes, it is now coming to light. TDS saying, we are not going to go quietly into the night. They go ahead and give some kills now to other priority members. Lemon Sap is already 3-0-1, already has a pretty significant lead over their opponent. So now the question, who else is going to be there, right? And they give it to Super Square. They give it to this Master Yi, who is now going to build even further ahead. Currently has the Kraken Slayer in pocket. And you can see with the combination of late in the back pocket as well, this Malphite Master Yi combo is becoming one of those tried and true situations. Malphite ultis in, and Master Yi falls up, and then Lemon Sap and Agent C6 clean up. That feels like what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I think CLT did have like a decent lead, but it wasn't to a point where they're just gonna like dominate team fights. Lemon Sap is really strong still, and like I think if I was like CLT, I would at least like respect the men's Veigar when he just did the most damage in the game in a game that he lost. So he has even more damage backup from his team right now with the Master Yi, with the Jinx, and like Jinx does indeed have only 1 kill, but that 1 kill was Raining Wolves shutdown. So he is still really strong, and if they're able to pick up that 1 reset, it's even stronger. Oh, Lemons have flashed into TP.
Yes, they did, but it still doesn't feel like it matters. This brutal battle is actually turning around. What a wipe around! Look at the revenge kills. Look at this battle. That is going to be Tyranny, saying you might have gotten 1 on the top end, but we'll take the ace and dragon.
Yeah, really good play team fight. I think like if you're gonna see it here, Lemon Sap flashes towards Downfall's TP, so he just like dies after the TP channel is ended. Instead of flushing towards his teammates, he flashes towards the tri-bush where Downfall is coming through. He falls to Downfall, and after that, they just clean up the team fight without your most fed member. It's really hard to play that after Lemon Sap just dying like that and wasting his flash, and a lot of kills being picked up from Raining Wolves, and he's just gonna get stronger. He also finished his call, so that's another 350 gold going towards the ADC for Coachless Tyrants.
Hurts to see that happen, but we get another pause coming in here, and this one I think is another DC, so we'll see if we get back underway very quickly. But with CLT going ahead and taking that one on Soul Point at 19 minutes, that is, I believe, the fastest we've reached Soul Point this entire series long, and that is a scary notion. So TDS gonna have to start ramping it up. They've looked okay. They do know how to call together and say, okay, we all need to get together. We all need to fight at these points. But can they do it again? That is the big question here. Where are they going to fight? How are they going to fight? And will they win in that glorious battle? Very quick pause. Right back into it. And everything kind of calming down.
Yeah, and I think we might able to see the fastest ult that we've seen in this series, but I think TDS is still in a position where they can contest these fights. I think the main problem with the last team fight was obviously Lemon Sap being caught up in a really bad position, but in a team fight where they can position themselves a little bit better, I'm more than sure that those fights will go much easier. And if Lemon Sap was able to get like a kill, the reset would come for Agent C6 much faster, and it will be easier for them to play the team fight. So I think looking forward to that will be interesting, but I think Albedo is just being caught here.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a challenge here because they want to go in, but they can't go all the way. Lemon, Sap, though, teleporting in with the rest of the team. They're going to try and collapse in. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Super Square that was able to win out in the 1v1. Lemon, Sap, though, running away as quickly as possible. You are now going to get challenged. The brutal last shot is there. And on the other, it was a 1-for-1, not a 1-for-0. So a net even score, 2-for-2 between the two teams. A brutal off-screen fight, plus a brutal 4v4 fight, leads no one to be ahead.
How did Super Square die after? I think it was like it took a long time for him to die. After
I think that was burn from the Leandries plus some minion damage. I think that's what Super Square unfortunately didn't plan for. Because you can see the healing reduction in there too. So I do think Super Square was not expecting that.
Yeah, a little unfortunate death, but I'm not. To be honest, I would rather have the kill on Master Yi. Like I think Super Square is more than happy with that trade. Like when this Master Yi finishes with Sand and the Death Stance is going to be really hard to deal with. And as I said, I think the why Master Yi might be able to work in this team comp is there are other priority targets that CLT has to target in a team fight before Master Yi. So if they leave him be, this Master Yi might just pop off and just like win a team fight by himself.
I mean, you would hope so. However, we are going to see a fly in. Albedo says, hey, we want to break this fight. Guess who's not with them, though? It is going to be the fact that there is no Lemon Sap. It's going to be a turnaround. Young is going to try and fly it out, but guess who went in a little bit too fast? Rhymes is going to fall as well. Lemon Sap gonna watch as a horse is dancing. A nice body block coming in, but that still leaves a death. Lemon Sap might have traded their own life back. And it's gonna be a nice stasis play, finishing that one off. It is gonna be a 2-4-3. Rocky still wants a little bit of a chase down. One more auto attack does it, and that's the second ace of the game. It will be Raining Wolves and Chung Myung to finish it off, grab the ace, and grab the tower.
Yeah, and like these aces just keeps coming through. But these are like not really clean aces, so like not a lot comes out of it. Still, an ace is an ace. Really good team fights coming from CLT. Every time they get a kill, someone just like overextends a little too much, so it just ends up as like a kill being traded. Raining Wolves good dodge onto the Everfrost there in the end, so he just keeps onto his life. And Agent 6 just dying to the Chung Myung's damage there. And Chung Myung is getting stronger. We saw he was behind compared to Lemon Sap for the majority of this game, but like after the last double kill he was able to pick up, now he's he basically has the same goal dead even with Lemon Sap, and we see Raining Wolves sitting at 10k gold up there, the richest person in this game. I'm surprised that Super Square is also like almost the same gold as Raining Wolves right now. But I think a lot of it comes down to those heralds and taking those plates, and those plating gold really helped him to keep up with the game state right now.
Helps so much, and it's allowed this team to kind of function at a higher level than they were expecting. 8-2-4 on Raining Wolves right now as well. Big carry currently with 2 items deep. And with this dragon, it has to be fought over, and that's the problem. The Syndicate is going to try their best to find the perfect route. Lemon Sap in the back lines, just waiting for someone to step a little bit too far and late, looking for that perfect ultimate. The question is, are you going to be allowed to find it? Are you actually going to be allowed to find that perfect ultimate?
Oh.
No ways currently in their favor, but into the backline, Rocky tried to sprint it out, and unfortunately that's going to be the challenge. That'll be Raining Wolves getting caught up and immediately jumped on. They are down. Downfall, where were you? You were nowhere close. The route does not work. Chongmyong is going to try their best to do what they can, but they get nothing. A misplay by by Coachless Tyranny are going to give the Dragon to TDS.
Yeah, and when you said that, I just realized I was calling them coachless tyrants. I'm sorry for that, but Coachless Tyranny did look for that fight a little too deep. Rocky going for the engage. It's been working out for the few fights, but that was only because Lemonsap didn't have his flash from the bot lane fight that they had like 5 minutes ago. He had his flash this time. Rocky gets caught up being too far in, and his team, while they were trying to follow it up, it just ends up as just being really far overextended. Downfall TPing to top to at least trade a turret, but Chongming also dying and a lot of shutdown gold being transferred over to TDS. And this Master Yi is finally coming online and it's looking really scary, but Lemonsap doesn't have flash and it's probably gonna die. I think the TP is really unnecessary.
It's an unfortunate spot, right? Late trying to teleport in, and honestly, the collapse was looking appropriate. The thing is Lemonsap was already dead, right? So what you're TPing in is try and get a rebuttal, and CLT saw it. So somewhat okay TP, not some of the worst ones that we've seen so far, but unfortunately it was mitigated. So CLT, even though they lose that team fight, even though they lost so much there, they're still allowed to get more of this fight back. Almost a steal on the back end, but it is not going to be, because CLT have been able to work this early to mid game appropriately. That team fight still has not granted TD Syndicate a gold lead. They are still behind, and that 1300 extra injection is going to put CLT even further ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's just like been the story of this game, light TPing, but really just a little too late every time. Just even if it's the TPing to the turrets or TPing to the team fights, I think they still have a chance. It was just like an unfortunate pick, but they really, like, Lemonsap has to just play around his flash cooldown. Every time he doesn't have it, he's been getting picked, and like we've seen multiple times, he is the main carry. Raining Wolves. Oh,
you stepped up a little bit too far and you lose your flash. However, this might be the chance. Late has the flash away as well. You want to catch it? Yes, you do. You get a double stun, and that's the one that you want. Yes, tower does fall, but guess what? Your team is dying. Late is dead. Rhymes is dead, and Lemonsap is just now TPing back. That was a brutal catch by CLT, which enables them to push mid as well as bot lane.
Yeah, and I think TDS has been like just getting caught a lot when one of their members is in the side lane. Like, Lemonsap is trying to push top, and then his teammates just look for a play when they really just don't have to. They just like give up a lot, like mid inhib, possibly a bot inhib if Coach's Tyranny wants to go for it. Looks like they won't. They're just gonna back off. Just 3k Baron power play at this point, and after that team fight around the last dragon where they got aced and it just looked really doomed, they just pulled it back out just with like some really good pickups from the mistakes of TDS. And it is the final game, a lot of pressure on the TDS side, and they just have to just hold on to their nerves and just like play it safer. They have the items. They have 3.5, almost 4 item Master Yi, a 3 item Veigar, farming really well, and a Jinx that is like 2 items in, but with a reset, the Jinx is still really viable in these team fights. So all they need to do is just like stop, just make sure you're not getting caught, and just like play these team fights better.
And the fact of the matter is as this game scales on, it's going to get very, very scary. And remember how Coachless Tyranny lost game number 1. It was off of a weird fight. It was off of a forced fight. It was off of a fight that they chose that looked very, very difficult. However, it's not going to happen here. This is going to be another challenge. It's this time Master Yi overstepping their boundaries, and it's going to be a brutal bloodbath back. Look at the zap. Look at the burn that Veigar is going to eat. That, unfortunately, is not an overstep by CLT. It is the game-ending battle that we just witnessed. Late not allowed to use that unstoppable force, uses it on a single member and is going to fall. Tower gonna be chunked out. Agency 6 gonna be the last one alive, and that'll be the expunge to take it home. Raining Wolves gonna soak up the HP. The third ace of the game means Coachless Tyranny are your Elemental Development League Grand Champions.
Yeah, and a really deserved one at that. I think they just, other than a few team fights, they've been just like having, just maybe making the good plays, making the right plays, and just not letting TDS do what they just execute their team plan. And they were just like better at split pushing, better at most of these team fights, and just playing towards their win cons, knowing what they need to do. A few here and there mistakes in these team fights, it does happen. It happens to anyone, any low bracket, any team can make those mistakes. But in the end, they come up top. They lost game one. They pulled it together, won 3 in a row, and they had their minds set at the prize from the beginning. An undefeated regular season, and an undefeated season at that, other than dropping a few games here and there. But really well played, and just congratulations. It was really well deserved.
It was so good to watch and so much fun to cast as well. Final thoughts here, Sultan. I gotta ask you, if you had to pick a player from the side of Coachless Tyranny to move as a MVP, who would you choose?
I think I would choose Raining Wolves. I think he just in general popped off in most of these picks that he had. I think another person to just like give a huge shout out to, other than like all of them played obviously really well, but Downfall, he got counterpicked a few times, and like especially in that Ornn Camille matchup, he was just like crushing it. And other than that one game one where he was getting camped really hard, other than that, all 3 games he was just making sure he was gapping in the top lane. But I think Raining Wolves just came up top. The pentakill on the Jin game, the Twitch just showing how to play Twitch to Agency 6, and other than game one, he was just outperforming his counterpart in every sense of this game.
All right, well, there you go. That is going to be our MVP, and I couldn't agree more. We'll go ahead and close things out here, Sultan. It has been a pleasure here, and thank you to all who have tuned into this fantastic grand finals. It's 3-1 to the side of the Coachless Tyranny, who are hoping to grab a couple coaches in the future. Congratulations to the other side as well, TDS. TD Syndicate making it to the grand finals. It was a challenge, but it worked oh so well. Congratulations to them for runner up. Thank you so much for tuning in to this broadcast tonight, and we'll see you all next time.
Back to time. I've been busy running my mouth dry, speaking lines of how to find higher hopes and sensibilities meant for me. Let's dive in, create a problem just to fix it. The perfect fit. We're back to time, catching up on all the things we missed, all our interest. The people who stand out, the faceless crowd, lost and found, picking up on the speed of sound to faster ground, moving